We're out here in the woods. Okay. How's that? Let me check the camera angle. Can you see the Bible on the ground? No, you cannot. Who gives a flying frick? It's fine. Hello. It is I. Oh, God. These thermal underwear and shirt are too small. And my legs are freezing. My feet are freezing. But we're here. Hello, everybody. We're going to have a briefing. And for some reason, there's suddenly a group of Canadian geese right over there. I close my eyes, and I can see that spiritually, it's like I've been stripped to nothing. And my spirit is kind of like fighting to grow back the way that it was. Sort of like they had chopped my tree down. But it's not terrible, because something else reawakened now that I'm not grounded like I was in the cabin. I can think about different stuff, which is pretty cool. It got me back in touch with what I used to dream about. Because I used to have these huge dreams, and I would constantly think about all the cool stuff I wanted to do and how I would do it, having like a creative style. But then it turned into survival mode, and all I could talk about was the constant drama that was surrounding my life, because there was no other options. Now I'm starting to have options. That's a deer. You hear it? I started to raise my vibration, and the whatever something, I hope it's a deer, is about 10 feet from me. Animals are not stupid. If you watch hunting videos, start to watch hunting videos with the knowledge that the mycelial network and the trees are all connected to all of the animals and the bugs, and that they can see you more than you can see yourself, and that animals will sacrifice themselves for you. It's no biggie for them. It's like a fun game of reincarnation. I heard Pachamama, Mother Nature. Watch those hunting videos and realize that the deer are, even though they're not like looking at you and communicating to you, there's a greater thing around them, because not only are their spirits not just in their bodies, but their bodies are in their spirits, they're more connected and conscious than we are in an astral level. I was watching a video about Bigfoot and hitting how it hits the log on the trees. And then about an hour later, something was hitting the log against a tree over there. And I think it did it on a live stream too later. these snacks. I was just trying to recuperate some good vibes. I was trying to lay out here and relax for a couple days. So if I felt like I wanted to gorge on snacks, I'd have access to gorge on snacks. And it's really cool that um, I had a bag of popcorn and a bag of chips, 2 bags of Cheetos, and now I don't want any snacks for the rest of the month, which is cool. It was like I needed it, got back, and now I'm pretty happy with just going to the gas station, buying 2 burritos, having them cook them, and eating just the 2 burritos. And for extra protein, where I'm at, there's a platform that might still be there behind the laundromat. If I can get that over here, that's a good foundation, and it's a good place if I wanted to do ups to lay down, or if I wanted, and then maybe at night I could put the insulation wall under the platform so that when I can lift it up at night and have it be a shield wall, bring the tarp over the bed, slip one sleeping bag inside another sleeping bag, inside another sleeping bag, and then I'm going to have to buy more of these because I finally figured out how to do them. It says 20 plus hours of heat, and it's pretty solid. It can get me just above normal. So it's advertised as 150 degrees. It's probably more like 105 degrees, but it's still, that's better than nothing. And they never, I mean, I used to put one against my chest, and then I would stuff my whole body into my hoodies, and then I would wrap my jackets over me, and I would hide in the hoodie, and I'd sit here all night watching YouTube a couple years ago. And it would kind of keep me warm, but I'd lose my feet. Like, I just gave up on my feet. If they're going to freeze, they're going to freeze. Then if I got more, then I'd try to stuff them. I'd stuff one in one, and I'd try to take my foot out of the boot and, like, bring it up to my shoulder. But now I can put it right under, like, right between where my knees are when I lay down. And then it heats up the bottom, and then that heat radiates to the top. Which isn't terrible. The first tarot reading I saw, I clicked on it because it added up to 1133. If it's like 26, 1 plus 1 is 2, 3 plus 3 is 6. So if it's 26, or if it adds up to that, I click, and then I look for a second confirmation to be sure that it's a greater intelligence at work. So the first comment was talking about Ho'oponopono, or whatever they call it, which is the Hawaiian trait of their culture, which is that no matter what happens, you always need to give freely without expectation. No matter the person or what they did or who they are, you give what you have freely without expectation, so that everybody wins. And then everything else about the person and the life, and that's settled separately, but it does not affect the giving freely. So I got the Hawaii and the numbers, and it was just about reclaiming power, like I've been doing. Just a confirmation that I had gotten it back. Thinking about my options. I can't edit videos. I can't create content. Pretty soon it will be too cold to use my phone outside of the sleeping bag, so that's going to go away. I tried to play guitar. It's too cold. So there's really nothing I can do except if I wanted to cut some dead trees down and build something, I could do that. And it's Sagittarius season, so if I wanted to go on long walks and listen to music, those are pretty much my only options. That's like really all I can do. I wanted to go work at construction sites and carpenter stuff, but no one has gotten back to me. I wanted to work at farms, help out at farms. Nobody got back to me. Some of them blocked me. Um, there's really just no options. But I did. I spent 80 bucks on a coat. So I have a nice extreme cold weather coat. If you remember last year, I was barely surviving because I had like a name brand designer coat that didn't do anything for keeping the heat in. I didn't have thermal pants or anything. I think I was wearing 2 pairs of jeans, 3 pairs of socks. Now I'll have that extreme cold parka, which I think will make a huge difference. And I have multiple sets of gloves now, including like work gloves. So then I'm thinking if I can get a car, or maybe just say fuck it. The only reason I want to be here is because I feel like it had done me so wrong. I have to stay here until I solve all the problems and rise above everybody. If I could fight, and I can't just rise like, oh, and then I'm there, and then start making content. That's not good enough for me. I have to be boots on the ground, crawling one step after the other, and never leave the ground, or else it's not fulfilling for me. If I were to become a king because I inherited $100,000 and then suddenly I'm on the throne, it'd be great and I could still do a lot, but it doesn't feel as fulfilling as if I'm just trudging through a war zone, and then as I'm going, people are placed, like the armor sort of growing out of me until magically I'm there, and then once I've defeated everything, then I climb up onto a place that I build the bricks, and I'm in something that I built, and then I sit there and I have all the relationships and connections from trudging through this war zone and making a difference. That's years ago, that's what felt like the best thing for me. When I was younger and I was like, what's the most perfect life I could live? I wanted rites of passage. I wanted to be broken down to nothing and have to do it alone. But eventually I found the only reason that I couldn't do it alone is because of the schizophrenic delusion of private property. That's what stopped me. Because anywhere that I went or anything that I did would agitate the colonizers. It was nice that everything I did was an act of rebellion. Even just like going to sleep or pissing outside became an act of rebellion. I really liked that a lot. It helped heal my traumas. But I decided not to work on the cabin just because every time I tried, there was a huge matrix pushback. Every time I made a big effort to make a big change in the cabin, I was shot at. People were like stalking me. Then they put the posted signs up that says I got to be off the property. Then every time that I got up and made a difference, even just cleaning the trash, the police would show up. So I was like, even though it was amazing that I found a rock river wheelbarrow next to a whole river, like a dried up stream full of big rocks, and I want to build this nice, cool stone house, it just didn't seem worth it in the end. Anything I did would be for somebody else to eventually kick me out using the cops. But then I'm like, the cheapest land I found, it's 45 minutes from anything, and it's like 8 acres, and you can only build on 4 of the acres, but it's on a stream, and it's $13,000. That seems achievable. $13,000 working 2 jobs, making $1,000 a week is a quarter of a year. So from January 4, 8, 12, 16. If I started in January, February, April, May. Oh no, February, April, February, March, April. By May, I could do something with that. But then the problem comes that when you get employed to a place like that, it's like you're choosing to sacrifice. It's like if you want to get into Hollywood, you have to blow Harvey Weinstein. To sign up for employment, especially where I live, if it's not like a cool place like the music hall, you're allowing the demonic forces to destroy you, and then you become like a shell and a fraction of yourself, a tiny little thing in suffering. You lose access to everything that you have out here, unless it's like a chaotic war zone every day where I go in and I have to literally fight everybody back and destroy them just to be able to. And it's not them, it's the fractionalized, programmed version of themselves trapped, where all they can do is play power games for sexual energy. And they're also trapped in drama, and they live by consuming the drama and converting it into ego and power, and then trying to hit each other with it. People that are so obsessed with power, unhealthy, possessed by parasites, just living in that constant stimulation from the parasites to their nervous system to drive them towards promoting an environment where those parasites or demons can thrive. So I'd have to subject myself to that for 4 months and waste that time. But the alternative is what? Having a cool experience. Cold out in the woods. Learning more survival skills and more about nature. Implementing my ideas and strategically manufacturing a better life. On the ground, like I wanted. Utilizing the help from others. But I don't even have a birth certificate, so I don't have 2 forms of ID, so they won't even hire me anyway. There's really nothing I can do other than this. I know Kai Cenat, when he was starting, he moved into a U-Haul, and he was homeless, and he did live streams where he would do what I'm doing, except he was really begging. He would do like 100-hour-a-week live streams of him just pleading to the camera, begging for money, until he could get more. And then eventually he took off, moved back in with his mom, and then a rat ran through his apartment in Bronx, and then he blew up on the internet, and then he got involved with Kai Cenat. Not Kai Cenat, he got involved with Aiden Ross and then AMP. And then they blew up because Aiden Ross sold his soul. And he admitted he sold his soul. He admitted that he goes to the white shirt parties and they take turns fucking him in the ass and then they drink children's blood. He has admitted it. FaZe Lacey has admitted it. Stable Ronaldo has admitted it. Blackboy Max has admitted it. That it's an ancient religion that just chooses not to be public. And if you want to, and they control everything. And if you want to be involved in the institutions that they run, you have to get involved the way that they see fit, which is like casting couch situations. But at a spiritual level, where you open up your vessel to be used like a Sims character for extra dimensional entities. I also know a tarot reader that has a kid and a wife, and they don't have to work, and they live in an apartment, which could be Section 8, or it could be, I don't know where they are. They're in North Carolina, but I don't know what their situation is. And he was bragging about how he just got a new car because he does tarot readings to people. Where he goes on and he does exactly what I'm doing, but you can't see his face, and he pulls out the tarot deck, and he reads the tarot, but he's mainly just, I think, I would say 50 to 75% of the time, he is actually, at this point in his career, I think he is actually taking, he's a Gemini. I think he is actually taking in narrative energy from people and then restructuring it in a way and gives it back to them. But I think I see stuff like that as disgusting. I think that's sick. I don't like opening the tarot video on the live and then feeling like all my energy is here, and then I can see his spirit reaching up and then yanking it, and then he tell it like he just, I see Hawaii, and I see long hair, and I see this, and you're cold, and 30, and then the tarot 33. Yeah, but it also feels like I lost it and it's recycled back to me. And then the thing I don't like is that he brags about the power he just gained from it. Or he goes, I just downloaded a bunch of tools and power. And his wife goes, and they talk shit about the people in their chat. And I talk shit about the people in my chat. But I'm not relying on them for money. Most of my chat are people that want to see me fall. Or people that have done me wrong in the past that were jealous. And they're not watching because they're supportive. They're watching in some sick sexual thing. Even if they don't realize it's about sexual energy, it's about sexual energy. It's disgusting. That's what I'm talking shit about. I'm not sitting here trying to steal your power from you on the other side of the screen where I reach in and I can see your spirit through the ether. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. And then I'm like, okay, I see this, and I see your house, and then I see this. But God is coming for you, and he's going to give you everything you deserve. It's more like, I really want to build a house, but there's nowhere I can build it. And I don't have the leverage to be able to ask people if I can go on their property and build a house. I don't have the leverage to, like, I know there's a guy on my phone with 100 acres sitting there, and it's just a place where he says when his friends come from the city once or twice a year, he lets them camp out there. And he plays music. But he was more interested in selling me drugs, I think. I think he saw me as a possible business prospect for financial gain. And I literally showed him that I can call UFOs with my mind in front of him. And the guy was so not interested. He looked at it, he was like, wow. And then he went back to his nice car and his nice clothes and took off. I was like, you don't think God put you here for a reason? I hate when people call me lazy or that I'm not doing anything. I can't legally do anything right now. I've already gone to the churches, the businesses, volunteer things, the homeless program, jobs. I've been everywhere in this town and asked if they had anything I could do to earn some money. And 90% of them said, fuck off, you junkie, crackhead, homeless, schizo piece of garbage, before I call the cops. The few that remained, one guy is really cool, and he got me into a really cool community. And I really don't want to blow that. Someone else that owns a horse ranch that makes over $10,000 a month from the horse ranch brought me to a rodeo, and then they dropped me off and never spoke to me again. They were just like, this guy's got a lot to go. Bring him to the rodeo, pay for it, do a good deed, and then let him go. But on the way back, he was like, by the way, my son is the executive producer of the new Star Wars movies. And I was like, I have so many ideas. And I told him my ideas about things. He's like, that's amazing. But what disconnect? Like, why can't you just put me in contact with him? What's wrong with that? Why can't? And then if I overstep, they don't like it. It becomes like a power thing. If then I go, do you mind if I talk to your son? Nothing. Radio silence. And they don't answer now. I literally, they're like, even if it's like Casey's crazy, but all I'm saying is getting people to the realization that nature in the universe is more conscious than you realize, and then the birds show up to support me when I say that the birds will come right to left when we're on the right path, and then I show them I embody and lead by example and alignment, and then the birds all act the way that I said that they act because I'm not bullshitting, and it's just it's that it's got to be Truman Show. Bo is afraid. It's got to be that they're not real. They're so controlled by a lack of awareness that the whatever is guiding their entire internal cognitive processes, that it doesn't, when you try to meet them the way that I'm trying to, it doesn't work, and they feel offended by it. Which is why I'm saying I need a bunch of money. I need more blocks under me. Once I have more black rocks that I can sit atop, like that, the state has changed. This state is dying. It's a third world country here. I talk like this because I've been beaten down into this over many years. The old me, like I remember when I was 17, I needed a car. You heard that? The old me that the world hates, that they try to kill when I try to get back to where I was. Tell me you heard it. What do you think that was? I haven't designated a feeding spot for nature yet because I don't want them to come to the tent. I told you they really don't like when I heal my traumas because they're trying to keep me in a state of possession. So when I tell you that I lost something like a 33 life path that was amazing, and you wouldn't believe how I used to be before this happened to me, and then I for a split second got it back, and something just slammed a tree down right next to me like it was stronger than any person. I'm not the enemy. I guess I was technically thinking about cutting down trees to build a house. I can see how the forest wouldn't like that. I have food ready for the forest, but I'm making sure I understand what's around before I accidentally attract the wrong things. Because there are mountain lions in Vermont, and I don't think they hibernate. I'm literally right behind a place called Catamount. And it's really cool. I'm behind a business called Catamount. And then the place I was at before, right outside the cabin, was a place called Catamount Place. So that was right there. What was it? You're not supposed to egg it on. That was it. Get the fuck out of here. Where should I go? Where do I go? Even you think I'm trespassing? I can't go anywhere. The guy that wanted to rape me? You want me to go back to the guy that wanted to rape me? Spirits? Spirit guides, I mean. Angels up there in the sky. I heard God is within you. You're not within me. He is me, bruh. It's more than that. So he is outside if I want him to be outside, because there's no difference between the outside and inside. Except when I come back in sleepy weepy in my tent. Let's hope that wasn't a guy trying to sneak up on me and hurt me. And he fucked up and he's just now standing over there. Let's hope a guy trying to sneak up on me and rob me didn't just fall. Shauna, I just wanted to fucking talk to the guy, okay? I just wanted to see what it was like. And I wanted to talk about art with somebody who appreciates it the same way. I wanted to hear his ideas. I don't want to go talk to George Lucas. I want to make my own stuff here. I don't want to be in an industry where I have to open up my hole for a fat Jew. I want to sit in the woods and be scared. I want to sit in the woods and be scared, or whatever that is. What the fuck was that? And why can I identify the pattern so clearly that I can predict when it happens? It's fucking freezing. It's fucking freezing, eh? Okay. I'm now gonna make this a bit smaller. Holla, 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 holla. The only studio I would want to get in contact with to make a show is Showtime, to become an actor and writer in a Dexter season. And I would also like to make my own short series about me as a character, as an avatar in the Last Airbender series. Can you imagine Casey being an avatar where it's out in the Wild East and it's modern day, but it's not modern day in the cities. It's modern day in a world that forgot about bending. And I accidentally stumble upon my abilities as the avatar through sleep paralysis and seizures, homeless out in the woods. And then I learn bending, but I don't have any teachers or any reference to it at all. So I'm in the Avatar universe and I can firebend and waterbend, but I have no fucking clue how to do it. Which means that my style as a bender would be innovative, and it would be different than like firebending, waterbending, metal bending. Oh, look, this guy can do shadows. This guy can do blood. It's like, no, I don't know how to do it, so I'm accidentally like morphing the earth into like this disgusting whatever, and I have to innovate new ways to figure out how to do it, while people are coming at me for being homeless and people won't hire me and I can't get anything. So the struggles of going through the Wild East. But then it's like I get jumped by like a bunch of homeless people out in the woods that want my tent and stuff. And then like on accident, the root from a tree, like, and it's not Avatar, like it's cartoon and kid friendly. It's an Avatar series for adults. So I'm like accidentally take a root from a tree and it spirals up and it impales the guy. And then I have to panic because I don't want to get arrested. And the guys are running. They're running away, and I've suffered so much from like police brutalities. I can't just let them run. So then I get them with 3 more roots. And then I'm sitting there having a panic attack, crying and like begging God. And then the roots are just dragging them under the trees into the earth. buried. And then the birds start landing on me again as I'm crying. And then it becomes a serial killer show where I go back against the establishment that caused me to break down so much. And then over time, maybe you could have like government interference or like the deep state, where I become like a person of interest and like show off gang stalking in the series, and I'm like out in the woods just suffering and like learning, trying to figure out water bending, and it just doesn't work until I like master it. And then I have, let's say I fall and hit my head on like a mountain, and as I fall and hit my head, I hit the Avatar state, and then there's Aang, Kyoshi, and Korra, and the new one, and they hate me. And they feel bad for me, and they understand, but they want me to stop sort of the derangement and anger and hunt for revenge. But I can't let it go. And because I can't let it go, the energy around me that's supposed to flow freely and embody the peace of the Avatar is just, they hurt me too early before I knew. So it's like dark. Everything that I touch, like when I'm bending, it like spreads this entropy. And eventually at the end, the thing I started, this thing that I've grown from those bodies in the woods, that murder spreads. And then I have to use what I learned against this entity I accidentally created, which is like a portal to the dark world. And these things are seeping out through it, getting in the crows. And the crows are looking feral and infested and angry, and they're attacking people. So then I have to save the people that I hated to fix my mistake, which was an accident because the people were trying to kill me. And it would be like black and red coated, like big, like dark scenes with like dark forest, but the blood is glowing and light from the people, and more stars, less like cartoony and kid friendly, more like dark. That would be amazing. But I can't go to a studio and promote that. So how do I make it? I have to get a tablet. I have to get a computer. That computer needs to have good enough specs to run Blender, Unreal Engine, Adobe Animate, Adobe Premiere, FL Studio at least. And that's around $2,500 without including any software or contracts. Then I have to learn the skill. Then I have to actually learn how to animate it. Even though I can see it in my mind, I don't have the technical skill yet to be able, and I could focus with detail and really make it and draw it out, but it would be summertime by then. This is like a winter thing I would want to do, like sit in the thing and make it during winter. But also, the perfect time to release that would be yesterday. It would be the time we're in right now. Would be the best time to release the pilot episode or the short film. I also have a really cool idea for Dexter that I think would be really cool, because Dexter needs new villains. They already love the characters. They don't, and the show's trying to appeal to larger audiences, and that's not the way that the world is going anymore. It used to be that you have to make something that can reach everybody. Now everybody's already involved. Now they want specific niche cool things. Dexter can be a specific niche cool things where you can incorporate new actors. And as long as the story is good, that's all they care about. Like New Blood was amazing. New Blood, they actually filmed 10 miles from my hometown. That's where Kurt Caldwell, KC, that's where his diner that he owned is 10 miles from my apartment, where I was living. I was driving by them and I didn't even realize that Michael C. Hall was right there. And I was driving by brain damaged, like I don't know what to do with my life, and I hate everything, and I'm scared, and I'm in sleep paralysis, and I'm fighting walking 10 miles a day, trying to figure it out, and I'm having psychosis every night because I'm gaining access to my body slowly because they put this curse on me. the whole time we're driving by down the road, me and my girlfriend, I didn't even look because I was so busy trying to like get control of my brain again. And the whole time they were right there. They were right there. The universe brought them to me because I couldn't go anywhere. I wanted to be involved in Dexter since I was a kid, but I couldn't go to LA anymore because my brain didn't work. They brought him to me. He was probably in Brattleboro hanging out, and I was staring at them through the window, walking in circles, not able to do anything. Like, what a sick game, right? But I also had this really cool idea for my own animated TV show. I have like some major plot points written out, and I've got some scenes. And now that I've gone through more of life, I have more of that to draw on for different ways I want the story to go. I've got more flushed out characters, but when I go to write it on Google Docs or write it on a piece of paper, it doesn't feel right. It feels better to keep it in my mind. But what can I do? I thought I had my notebook here. I know I brought my notebook with me, but I think I took it out of here. Maybe I put it in here. Maybe I put it in here. Maybe I put it in here, actually. What's the function? I have my dream catcher. We'll hang this bitch up in a minute. By a minute, I mean probably tomorrow because I'm going to be moving further into the woods. What's my charge at on this? 4%. That's no bueno. 25%. Radshed, I have a Cash App. The letter O, 1989. It's in the description. My channel bio. It's there. That money is going. I have $40. I'm trying to get 45. So I'm trying to get $5 for a phone card, but that's plus tax. So I'm really looking for like $49. Then saving for a license renewal so I can renew my license while I'm waiting for my birth certificate, and then I can get work. Then once I can get work, then I can get a winter beater. Once I can get a winter beater, I can go and get my McDonald's McChickens, and I can go sit someplace and eat them. But I don't like, it feels like everyone that has a car is tethered to an entity, and you'll see them driving around struggling and constantly fighting each other for power. If you don't live outside, you won't really have a way to describe it, but while you're sitting in traffic, doesn't it feel like you're living in a kaleidoscope of shifting realities, and you have an aura, and then everybody else has their own aura, and they're constantly fighting each other? When you're in the woods, you don't have that at all. You're completely taken out from that world, and you realize that's what the Bible talked about, the false light. Because we are light, and then the false light would be a lie. They're stuck in delusion, and they're attacking each other, twitching and stomping and fighting for power. And that just doesn't apply to people that live out in the woods. It does mean that nature will destroy you, but what you get afterwards is pretty cool. So I'm worried about a car, but I only want to use it as a tool to get me. So I'm not looking to live in the car. I'm looking to stay here and then hold the woodland stuff just long enough to get to the destination. But the problem is the car like fills up with energy. We really are just like parts of a processing unit taking in information and cycle. I think it might have been him. Westy, I was mad because you can see in the Ubunga video, you go, I have $20,000. The only way I'd ever give you any money is if I had $1 million. And I'm sitting there cold, and my brother had just died, and I'm like, I died because nobody gave me enough money to save my brother. I was fighting to get enough money to save my brother. And then he died. And then the guy flexes he has 10 times the amount of money I would have needed that he doesn't plan on doing anything with. And I was like, do you know how easy it would be to make $2,000 if I got $2,000? I could have just given you $3K in a month. If I could get the $2K now, I just can't do anything. But it is what it is, man. I have to believe that they're not real. None of you are real. You're not real. It's only me and the things that attack me when I try to heal my traumas. Everything else is just a funny way of constantly putting me into sick pranks. Here's my lighter. Like Shauna is here, everybody. Sean. My waiter's name was Sean. When I was telling my friend, who has the same last name as my mom, and he's a native. What the fuck was that? This one I think is a coyote. I will set this roll of toilet paper on fire and I will throw it at your face and then slash your face open with this machete. If you try me. I want to be your friend, actually. I don't think bear cubs sound like eh. They don't go doo doo doo, but coyotes do. Why is my nose itching at their energy? Why does it feel like the bear's energy? It feels like the bear. That the density of the black bear I can feel, but they should be in hibernation. The only animal that makes me scratch my nose are black bears. So something is chasing a mouse right now. That's what you're hearing, if you can hear it. You can hear the mouse going, and then you can hear the thing behind it going, doo, 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 doo. That's something hunting a mouse. That is not what knocked over that thing. I think that whatever was in that thing, which could be an owl, something big, whatever knocked that tree down is still over, but it's not these things, because these things are happening over there. But those things might have triggered that thing. I don't think any homeless man is willing to sit out there this long just to get at me. Mr. Crow knows he couldn't take me one-on-one without a gun. So he's not going to come out here. The last time I saw Mr. Crow, he got really weird out in the woods, and then 20 minutes later, God told me, buy the fucking machete. You're going to need the machete soon. So I bought it, and then I could see the look in it. I could feel the energy when he realized that I now had a weapon, and how he reoriented himself and gave me more respect. And then he broke, because he was like, fuck that, I ain't doing that. And then he shook the scaffolding while I'm trying to help him do something he can't do because his hip is broken. His hip is fucked up. And I'm like, what about me brings these instances? It's because I'm trying to generate enough power to be able to accurately create my art. I'm not even trying to gain power and influence over anybody. I'm just trying to hold as much in so that I can refine my craft and make something that's meaningful. And that makes everybody so angry. They literally, I've shown, there's a video I've made when I recorded Judge earlier this year, where I showed you that when I, even through my phone screen to the camera, and you can't even see my face, I showed you that when I activated my tree, I opened up my leaves to God. The Judge went, literally, this how He lunged at my public defender and started spreading negativity and like hitting her energetically. And he was finally fired, I think. And the new judge is just as bad. It's more like we traded a henchman for a higher level boss. He's just as dark and just as corrupt, but he's like a refined, dignified version of it, where he doesn't react emotionally and make bad decisions. It's more like you traded a demon for the devil. And after 4 years of this bullshit, I have to, on Sagittarius season, I have to take a train all the way down 2 hours to my hometown, walk through town, get into the courthouse, get up there, get my stuff, take my stuff, or come with nothing, or just leave it in the lobby. I don't really want to hand anything off to them. Go through the machine, go up there, go into the courtroom, and say, just letting you guys know, the prosecution has several phone calls from my mother admitting that she wasn't honest about her testimony, and that she admitted to using that APO maliciously when she did not actually feel any threat from me. It was a tool she used whenever she felt like it to hurt somebody, and she enjoyed it. We were in contact the entire time, and it was a positive relationship, but whenever she felt like it, which was usually when I was doing well in my personal life and I was happy and excited for life, she couldn't take it and she would use it to hurt me, and I would go to jail for days, brutally arrested. The charges you keep bringing up, you have charges in other counties. Those charges were just being homeless. Trespassed because I didn't like my hair, and then a natural disaster forced me to escape. Place it as a I was only ever fighting to make a difference in the that the state really hated it, and the state hurt me so bad I no longer want to help any of you. The mouse is trying to come this way, but it's scared of my voice. Just don't stun gun a bear, they will laugh. I've seen that there are legal Venmo will be tomorrow. I don't have Venmo. I could try to put my PayPal. I'd have to restart my. If nobody donates to a GoFundMe in a certain amount of time, it deletes the GoFundMe. So I made one, and nobody donated, so it deleted. So I have to redo it. That would be a get Casey a fucking winner. Get Casey a winner beater. They're selling one for $1,600. You're not getting a decent car that will last you the winter for anything less than $1,600. That would be 16 people sending me $100, or 160 people sending me $10, or 160. Oh, if you don't have Cash App, I have an affiliate code link that you can make a Cash App account with my affiliate code link, and it sends me $15, and it sends you $5. When you send that $5 to me, it gives you $5 back, and then I'll send you $5. I make 15 and you make $10 for your time, and all you have to do is make a Cash App account with my affiliate code. I was trying to get my 855 subscribers to do it so I would end up with $16,000, but nobody bit. The mouse is crawling into my stuff. I need a portable warming shelter, and then I can start inviting musicians to play songs out here and hang out in the woods. And I think that'll open up my network to better friends. And then I can record. My belief is that this is a holographic simulation and the developers can come in at any time. Like angels can, just like changing your Fortnite skin, they can sort of materialize. And at a higher level, also, the people you meet were literally like God has known your name since before time existed because he lives outside of time. He knows everything that's going to happen. They. Because God is both masculine and feminine. If you only believe God is just masculinity and it doesn't have the qualities of a nurturing, caring mother, you cut yourself off from half of existence. When I realized that God is also a woman and embodies the divine feminine and the matriarchal archetype, my connection to nature exponentially increased. Like I was really fighting and trying to fight the birds when I was living, thinking that God was just a masculine. But when I realized that they call it Mother Nature for a reason, everything but the crows now love me. This life has really given me a lot of value and perspective. Not many people go through what I've been through, and that is value. Some would argue that I lived a more meaningful life than the people who worked a job, got an apartment, played video games, had a girlfriend, and had friends over drinking beer, and occasionally they play pool at the bar. They go on hikes together, and they microdose mushrooms. You could argue that my life, being completely enmeshed in nature, completely alone with nothing, the experiences I had in connection with the universe and the perspective I've gained outside of that matrix delusion is the purest form of art possible on Earth, in this realm. There is value in this. The coyotes are barking far away. There's no residential houses anywhere up here. There's nothing out here. It's just an industrial park. There's a couple manufacturing places, and then there's literally nothing but empty land for like 5 or 6 miles. And then I think it starts to open up to just some type of like larger properties and like farmhouses. But the farms would not take me in. All the farms, there's plenty of nephews to go around that are in high school that want the same jobs that I'm looking for. And I'm basically a 25-year-old, 14-year-old in a lot of ways. Which is cool because it gives guys the experience of a test run of having a son. Like I felt like a lot of the people that I met along the way, I kind of compare them to foster families I had, and I know that these guys would have been a lot better at it. I didn't have a great father in my life. Like I let's say, if you counted the amount of days I spent with my dad, out of the 25 years I've been alive, it would probably be less than a year that I spent with my dad. After 5 years old. But I liked it because I think that made the moments more important. And I think that was only supposed, like, my dad was able to embody something in my life instead of this overarching relationship. I had like my dad's a Leo, so I had a role model in some cases and lessons of like what to do in life, what not to do in life. Say what you will about my dad, but I still feel like he had this stronger, more intelligent competency than most people I meet in Vermont. I don't really know his history. I don't know really anything about my dad. I know he lived in Hawaii for 10 years. I know he was a ski instructor. I know he had rich clients. I know that he hung out with rich people sometimes. I know that he also smoked weed with randoms. I knew he spent some time at the Wall. And the Wall was like where the homeless heroin addicts would hang out. But I don't. And I know he drinks and drives. And then he bottles everything up until he explodes in psychosis. But he was a funny guy too. I wish I had spent less time with my mom. Sometimes it gets so cold that I stop being cold. Because your body gives you the illusion that you're warm when you're about to get into hypothermia so you don't suffer as you die. And I'm not virtue signaling, sympathy farming. I'm saying that I know that I can't move my fingers and they're turning purple. And that when I hold them like this, it's freezing cold. And my skin has cracked in some places, but I don't feel cold at all. I don't feel anything at all. And even if I did meet George Lucas, the only reason it would be weird is because I lack the funds to do anything and the trauma makes it hard to focus. So the questions I would be asking him wouldn't be as great as they could have been when I was 17. But there's really not much I'd want to ask him. I can Google the film camera he used. I can watch the movies and see the techniques he used. I don't really care about his inspiration for the aliens. I don't really want to be involved. I'd want to be an actor, really. Like, the only way I'd want to be involved in Star Wars would be as, like, a young Han Solo or something. Or, like, invent a new character for once. A new outlaw archetype. Star Wars was a space western. And so is Guardians of the Galaxy. Guardians of the Galaxy was supposed to be turned it into a cartoony kids thing. And the jokes don't land as good as they could have. And I'm pretty sure James Gunn has said a lot of pedophile stuff. Like, I astral projected into his life. Like, sometimes the universe opens and I can see the spirits kind of opening up a portal and they ask him questions and I can see how he responds. Like, different people at different times. Like, sometimes I can look into other people's lives the same way the tarot readers can. And one time when I was watching Peacemaker, I was thinking about, why did he make these decisions? Why is the show bad? You have all this money in the world. You're not constricted by time. You can do whatever you want, and you're choosing to make it bad. You made Guardians of the Galaxy. You know good writing. You have great actors, and you're choosing to make it bad. The production is bad. The camera angles suck. The writing is flawed. The transition to scenes always feel rushed. The jokes don't land. It's more like you're just kind of jerking off at home and shitting something out. But you have this platform and you have this position where you could excel, and you're choosing not to. And then one night I was laying in bed and I saw the vortex open, and I like Sagittarius zoomed in. Now I'm floating through time, and bam, I'm floating above him, and he's sitting in some office somewhere, and he's like an old guy, no real masculine energy left. He's just kind of there. I didn't feel any sense of like connected to nature. I felt like he had kind of like left the world and he was in his own delusional bubble, and things weren't working well for him, and he stopped giving a fuck. And then the darkness around me that was conscious, that had turned into the framework to allow me to quantum entangle or astral project or whatever through the electromagnetic spectrum, that thing reached out and was like, do you care about a magnum opus? Was the thing it said. Do you care about creating a magnum opus? And his thought went, I'm fucking rich. I don't give a fuck at all. Who gives a fuck? And then it all slowly faded away, and I was like, oh, he doesn't care at all. He's shitting it out, not because he's incapable, but because he does not give a fuck. And I was like, if you had me in charge of Guardians of the Galaxy, I could make it just as cartoony. The jokes would land. The characters would actually be true and complex characters. Their interactions would be good. It would be heart-wrenching, like Guardians of the Galaxy 3 with the Rocket story. But I would be able to bring something to the table that would make everybody relate to it much better. It would be more attention drawing and more captivating. The world building would be bigger. The scenes would move slower, but would be more impactful and not take from the film, so that you don't get distracted. It would be still, I can still remember what I liked watching as a kid. I know how to captivate an audience that way, like the youth, and still make it for all audiences. But where I'm coming from is that I don't want to get involved with an industry. I want to do it from here. I want to do it from my place of power. I want to have my kingdom. I want to have my keep on the mountain. My castle where I have, like, I'd love to tear down that cabin, since it's being torn down anyway, and replace it with this big stone keep that's insulated inside, structurally sound, like rebar in between, and the rocks are decorative. That way you go inside and it's comfortable, and then it's tall enough that it can look over the treetops at the view. And then a big, not a bay window, but a bay room out front. And then a driveway through with parking spots for RVs so that nomadic travelers and artists can come in and be there. And I would call it Acacia's Grace Sanctuary. I would call it Sanctuary, and then the parking spots would be the Acacia's Grace, which would be like a little nomadic village that you can plug and play different people to come in and leave at will. And then I'd want like a big open space, and it's still in the mountains, but I'd clear out a lot of the side of a hill, and then a big field, and it would be horse trails, dirt biking trails, ATV trails, bike trails. There'd be a Muscle Beach type gym out there, an outdoor and indoor gym. Just like, not like a big gym, but like workout spaces. And then in town, I would set up my own gym that I would hire somebody to manage, which doesn't take a lot of work. It's just like 4 hours a day. You go in and do paperwork, and then you clean, and then you're good. I wouldn't mind paying $25 an hour for that. For a 24-hour gym where you work 4 hours and you bust your ass and get out of there. but it's like a max. Like you can be there as long as you want, but after you earn $100 a day, um, I'm not paying you anymore. And if you don't do the work, we're gonna get somebody that's willing, which is like a homeless guy, like me, who wants to use the gym and is motivated to work but held captive by society. That guy for $100 a day will make that shit spotless, and he can sit there and work out afterwards and love it. If you go in your angst and you don't do your job, no, sorry. It's just a side hustle with opportunities. And that could also be like, as people are nomadic traveling, I have time slots available to go in and do the work. And it would be like you have no access to money. Cameras are rolling. You'd have no way to steal anything from me, because I would take the way to get in. You wouldn't be able to bring the machinery out. And now the whole community has a way to better their lives that will take out all this focus. You can get out this stupid colonialist dominance and darkness and bad habits that are making men and women fat, inbred, parasite controlled pieces of shit. And every day they can work to make their lives better, which will open them up to ambition and God. And then the whole space will restructure because all the bullshit will be churned out, burned away through hard work. And then I will have specific places with the trees and with nature, using electromagnetic architecture and feng shui to be able to make sure that the trees and nature are promoting an atmosphere and a vibe that is not held captive by Freemasonic control. And then in my town, every weekend, they'll throw a festival, which will draw in tourists. I'll have a stage set up that anyone can use at any time. There will be a designated spot, like a warming spot for people that are cold. I don't know about how once it gets too big like that with town government, police, because I would be like a benevolent tumor growing in the community. I would not make my own town. I would find a place like this in the exact center of Vermont that is slowly dying, and then I would place myself and grow and make everything better in their infrastructure, pulling away the legislation and the laws I don't like that were made for a satanic agenda, and replacing it with common sense and mutual respect. Like at the bus station, when the homeless people get into the bus station and they're coming from New York City and they're here for the benefits or whatever, hooked on a lot of drugs, traumatized and in a bad culture, instead of saying no trespassing, it'll be, hey, we've had to deal with so much bullshit from bad people. We don't hate you. We love you. Please, no matter what anybody does, leave this place better than you found it and embody the world you'd like to be a part of. And if anything happens to you that you consider bullshit, come to me. And then for 2 hours a day, I'll sit on my throne and they can come in and I can air out the town grievances and see, like, this cop did something to this person did something to this person did something to this person. And that way, instead of me, like how I'm here and suffering and there's no chance in hell I'll get justice for what happened to me, those people can come to me and say, this is what happened, and this is what happened, and this is what happened. And I'm like, okay, that's in the back burner now. And then, bam, strong hand to victory. You're not going to do this shit in my town. There ain't no way that shit is going down in my town. I ain't doing it. No way. You're shooting up heroin under a bridge and you're screaming at everybody? Why? Why? Come on. Oh, you need to go lay in the woods for 2 months. Okay. But nobody's allowed on the property. And there's cameras everywhere that are motion activated and will trigger an alert that says, Casey, at section 3B, there's a group of addicted individuals going to shoot up in your cabin. And I'm like, oh, fuck, let's go. Nope. Sorry. Them's the rules. I gave you freedom. I gave you a freedom you'll never get anywhere else in the world. You broke my one rule, which is that you can't take advantage of me. Like everyone else did my whole life. And then I will reinstate the youth shelter that I went to when I was 14 that saved my life. And it will be specifically run with the knowledge and experience of the people that used to work there that are no longer working there. We'll develop a curriculum for the staff members for training for how to accurately identify what the people are going through and how to embody what they need without imposing their will on them and allowing them to grow the way that they want to inside the foundation and structure that we've built. We're not going to control them, beat them out of themselves, and replace them. We're going to meet them where they're at and allow them to flourish with our guidance. We're not going to teach them bullshit skills to keep getting insurance money. We're not going to lock them in rooms. For half a day, every day. We're going to get a ranch involved. And homesteads involved. We're going to have a gym. And we're not going to need insurance money to keep it fucking running. We're not going to rely on insurance companies. Because it's not going to be like an official program. It's going to be a word-of-mouth, underground type thing to save runaway children. And them's the rules. If they want to get in with their stupid bureaucracy, they're going to have to kneel before me. Because I'm solving the problem you're trying to solve. And you're doing it wrong. And we're going to hold your daughter hostage while you're in my castle. And she will be released when you agree to our terms and conditions. But nothing bad will happen to her. I'm fucking freezing. And then once that foundational embodiment of perfection is in place, then it will spread like a wildfire and it will be overgrowth out into the world, in Ireland, in Jamaica, in Hawaii, and in Saskatchewan and North Canada. And then guess what? Guess what, guys? Guess what we'll do, guys? Guess what? Clip this. Guess what? Clip this whole thing. Guess what we're going to do? We're going to have a coalition of Hawaiians, Native tribes, Irish, Jamaicans, and the Inuit, the Northern Canadians. And whatever Black Panther, BLM, African organization I like for the black community, and we're going to go north. Because the world is going to be flooded, and society's fucked. And there are alien entities that want these major cities to be depopulated. So we're going to say that Hawaii, Ireland, and Jamaica, we're going to have a middle ground, multi-run thing in northern Canada and in Montana and in the South. Small towns that act as safe places, actual sanctuary cities. But not like you come here and you get on benefits and you do this and you do this and you do that. It's not like this rebellion against the Saturnian Matrix, which is what the illegals and the homeless and crime is all about. It's God's rebellion against the Saturnian Matrix. A lot of the people that you meet that are committing, it's like what they said that black people were like 19% of the population but commit half the crimes. A lot of those people are pretty cool people. They're in a fucked up country. They're in a fucked up society. That's all it is. Those people on the ranch, give them like 2 months on the ranch, they're not committing any crimes because they don't need to. they were enslaved by a government. They're gonna be an active rebellion, or else their ancestors are gonna writhe and self-attack. It's only natural to be an instrument in the destruction of a horrible place. It's common sense. When you change your perception of everything and you implement those ideas into a space in a way that's cohesive, able to be inferred or influenced into the people's minds, where that's the community and culture you're thriving on, with a rich history and a rich understanding of where we're coming from and the mission, you're not gonna have these things. You're not gonna have these radical outlaws abusing each other. I know, because I lived in homeless camps where there's no laws at all. And it's the same thing with the bears. It's like living in a group of bears and animals. Yeah, if you start to embody a certain type of energy, even if that is ambition, it's going to trigger the traumas and the demonic energy consuming these people, and they're going to attack you. That's why we're putting them in a space where that will be impossible. But it's not a space that negative reinforcement punishes them in jail and refines them and then puts them back out as a bot, enmeshed in the Saturnian matrix, completely replaced the person they were. We're meeting them where they're at, letting God atone for their crimes however he sees fit in the orchestration of their lives, and giving them the actual freedom. Like America's the land of the free. It's not. Giving them the actual freedom to do things. And what you're going to find is that those people will be changed. And they're going to go back into the place that's more developed. They're going to go back into the cities. But they're going to do so with a heart that's filled with something different. A different perspective on life. A different connection to the earth and the heavens. And they're going to be a productive member of society, but they're not going to be in society. They're going to be connected to something much greater that's slowly going to grow its way into these cities. Me! It's me, guys! It's me! I'm everywhere. And I'm cold. Can you imagine a Hawaiian, Irish, Jamaican colony in the parts of Canada people don't want to go to because it's underdeveloped, but we have access to bullet trains and technology now that will make it much easier for everybody to get out there? This pioneering, this new frontier, respectfully. Hello? 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 Is Ratchet still here? It's alright. It's too cold to run my phone. It's too cold to be out here and run my phone. They're frozen. My phone crashed. So I threw it on the charger. Oh, God. Golly gee. So we're gonna put this in here. Make sure I got that. I'm gonna need my charging blocks. We're gonna need my charging blocks. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Oh God. Oh God, it's fucking cold. Oh. It's okay. 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 Anything behind me? No. Oh. This factory, there's nothing in it. The windows are all boarded up. That'd be a cool place to put a gym. Oh God. I can't feel my feet. What the fuck was that? Leave me alone. I'm cold and I'm walking away. Okay. I'm going to have a good night. I'm excited. It's just a mile. Random car. It's gonna be warm when I get there. I'm manifesting it. It's gonna be nice. And they're gonna leave me alone. It's not bad. Eventually, the blood will reach my feet and it will warm my toes up again. My hands are warm. They will warm up. They're going to be warm eventually. It's all gonna be okay. It's all gonna be okay. And I'm gonna make it there with no problems. Let's get on the railroad tracks. Move my hand under my sleeve. Okay. 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 It's all gonna be okay. 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 I have my drink. I'm biting my drink and carrying it like a cat carries its kittens. And it's just a mile. And I'm gonna get there. It just hurts my hands and my feet. Everything else is fine. It's just my hands, my feet, and my ears. Okay. Okay. And I can't like wave my arms around or anything because my hands are full. And there's nowhere to... I figure if I put my stuff down, that might make it worse. So I'm just trucking. Alright. Alright. I miss my mom. I miss my dad. I miss my house. And what we had, it ain't that bad. 'Cause I still have it all in here. And I can go back anytime that I feel sad. I miss your smile, the way you laugh. I miss your eyes. And what we had, it ain't that bad. 'Cause you moved on, but in my heart, you're laying with me. But you're all gone. I'm still around, wandering anywhere. But my hometown, I'm scared to see what they built on what burns down. You're all here in my memories. I keep like an old 8-track of classic CDs. I play as I lay back and fall to pieces, terrified of what I can't see. I'm on a hill next to a tree, staring out at the bittersweet. The ghosts of you and what I couldn't do, a symphony. I miss my mom, I miss my dad, I miss my house and what we had. It ain't that bad. Oh God. Oh God. Oh fuck. My drink fell. Oh God, it's cold. Oh God. We need the hand warmer. Hurts my hand. Gloves. I can't do the hand warmer because I need it for tonight. We're just gonna put them in my gloves. Oh, that hurts. I can't even feel them. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Okay. Oh, my hands hurt. No, it's bad. It's bad. It's PTSD. When you're traumatized, you can't move your presence into your body correctly. That's why when you're at peace, you can move your presence through your body. But trauma takes that from you. It puts you like deep in your deep in. So your body can't actually heal or warm yourself. Oh fuck, it hurts my hand so bad. My fingers feel like they're gonna fall off. Oh God. Dude, it never hurt this bad. This must be like getting old. This must be a part of getting older. My hands have never hurt this bad, and it's not even negative degrees yet. Okay. Backpack back on, gloves and hands, coat. Okay. Move this to this pocket. This, and then we drink. Okay. Okay, we move. Okay. 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 Now we're trucking. Now we're trucking. Clucking motherfucking. And he stole my belt. Mr. Crow stole my belt. I bought a belt and he was mad that he had to pay me. So he stole my fucking belt I bought. And he was walking around wearing it, proud of himself. When I asked him, he was like, no, that's my belt. I don't know where your belt went. Meanwhile, he forgot to take the fucking tag off it. or he wanted it on, because he wanted to create that power dynamic where he had something to hold over me. Because that would have stolen my energy. That's what he wanted. The entire time I was trying to help him with his dreams, he was trying to make me more and more afraid, holding the power of me freezing to death over me. And I tell you that happens so often. I think it's like temptation. I don't think it's like I keep meeting people that are like this. I think they become that in my presence. And I think it's like dominoes. Like when you just have to tip one and the others go with it. So it got in somehow. He became jealous, envious, or greedy. Some deadly sin. Probably through his cigarette smoking and weed and his age. And eventually it overtook him until being isolated in that box together for 2 weeks eventually drove him into psychosis, out of touch with reality. He's also spending $2,500 a month just to live in that space that he's not legally allowed to live in. And he has no income. He's an old carpenter who has a failed hip. He's got sciatica. But his company's called the Emerald Isle Company. And his name is Mr. Crow. Corbett, which translates to French, a big French crow. So I was like, oh, of course I wound up being an indentured servant, an Irish slave to the French. What a coinky-dink. Alright. I don't know if this is the center of town or if this is just another. I think it is. It's not much farther. Okay. Then, if I have my wallet, I can get 2 warm burritos. And if I have my wallet, I can buy a soda. At the place. And show it to the camera so the laundromat doesn't call the police. I was trespassed from the laundromat, but that was a year and a half ago, and the trespass was not permanent, and it has new owners, and I also, for the new owners, I work for the overarching company, the music hall. I just don't understand. Last year, I was in the laundromat trying to survive. Nobody would hire me. Somebody attacked me, like bashing my head with a baton. And I won. And I was not trespassed until I was offered a job the next day to help build flooring for the stage in the music hall. So I had been up for like 4 days, cold, couldn't sleep. I finally got some sleep, and then I woke up, and then they trespassed me so that I would be trespassed from the music hall. So I couldn't work. I don't do drugs. The only crime I commit is trespassing, because there's nowhere on this country that isn't private property. And I didn't want to waste a third of my life working just to live in a box that I don't even want to be in. I'd rather waste a quarter of my life laying outside, suffering a different way. Could I go to a city and record myself as a dancing monkey, getting strangers' reactions, clipping that into content, and throwing it on the internet? I think I'd love to do that. I think that would be pretty cool. But there's some other parts of society I really don't like. I don't like how it feels when I step into cities, what everybody is. I don't like that at all. But if I had a safe haven like that cabin, and I had a homestead property, and I went into cities, it would feel a bit less destroying me. Okay. Oh, I fucking... That guy I was helping stole my belt. So my pants are falling down. My right butt cheek is just out right now. I'm walking down the street with my right cheek exposed, and I don't care. Until I get to a place I can put this stuff down up here. So just like I said, Gary, Casey, Ray, Vicky or Victor or Vincent, Alex, John, Joey, Sean, Eric, all the people. This recording studio was run by a guy named Vincent, but he's mysteriously just never there. Every time I try to go get a hold of him, he's mysteriously on vacation somewhere for the past 2 years. But Casey's down over there, and so is Mr. Crow, who wouldn't let me keep the lights on because he didn't want anyone knowing he lived there. And now he just keeps the lights on and walks around butt-ass naked where everyone can see. Like, the demons have really got a hold of that guy. He's been in psychosis for like 2 weeks straight. He might be an actual bipolar, but he's also a functioning carpenter born on the same day I'm born. But that's why he lives alone, because he used to beat his wives. He said one day he came home and he felt like his wife was cheating on him. So he ran up to her, stuck his fingers in her vagina, smelled them, and that was enough for him to validate that she was cheating. So he beat her. That's the guy that tried to knock me off the scaffolding. I'm gonna put my stuff down here. Okay. My fingers are better. Track nails, it's worth money, pure iron. Yeah, I've seen homeless people that will take like 40 of them from the railroad track, but I just never did it because I didn't want the train to crash. And I don't even know who would buy them. I know if I went to Montpelier, I could. There's a blue truck carrying a bunch of pallets. That's a good sign. If it was a red truck carrying a bunch of pallets, I would feel like it was a bad sign. But I'm just quirky like that. I'm just got a little bit of some quirk. Got a little bit of quirks. You know me. Go to a hospital, hang out in the emergency. No, I'm good. No thanks. That would be a cop-out. I'd rather lose one of my fingers. the Sharon Music Academy is playing a show. It's a high schooler putting on a play called Bye Bye Birdie. And I just got that, I got an award. I thought I was going to have more money because the guy said he was worth $200,000 and he said he was paying me $15 an hour. So I spent $22 on an award to give to the cop that got fired after that sheriff that I recorded threatened Casey shows a cop the birds. He got fired. Haha, Nikki. What happened? Was it like God orchestrated a series of events to change his life? But either way, he had called me and said that he was making he was working with somebody far away to put homeless people on land to keep them warm for the winter. And then suddenly he's gone. Hello. It was just weird that as soon as the guy actually made a change from hurting homeless people to helping them, he got fired. So I bought him an award that said the only cop who made an effort to help. Because I'm all about putting them on eco-villages and getting them real jobs that they can do, helping. And it kind of felt like it was a malicious attack against homeless people because they're conservatives angry about freeloaders. You know? That's just how it seemed to me. My boss is not here, but my bear is. Hello, bear. Hello, we've made it. Finger check. Is it pink? I don't know. But I can turn the flash off. This is my beautiful face, everybody. Hello. Help me implement my ideas. Help me gain more potential to do greater things. I wish every time of the year was Sagittarius season. Look how I'm not suffering. This is like my element. No? And I do have my wallet, so watch this. This is how you get the colonizers off your back. Okay? You go over here. They're gonna stare at you. What are you doing? Are you gonna steal my laundry? Are you gonna stick your nose in my eyes? You fucking junkie, homeless piece of shit freeloader taking my tax money? Get in there. Insert bill face up. Do you want it this way, sir? Get in there. At least I made an effort. Maybe the coin machine works finally. Let's see if they fixed the coin machine. Yes, they have. Kentucky. Wilma Mankiller. Wilma Dixit in your mouth. Kansas, but it's a buffalo on the hill, which is Wyoming coded. And then Nevada. And now I put this random bit of metal from one machine into the next machine. And what should I get? I'm thinking a root beer. Root beer. Root beer. Coke. They only had Coke. But I bet it's going to be a Dr. Pepper. No, it was actually a Coke. So now I have this device. And this instrument now shows that I have made a profit for this community. which means I'm no longer a freeloading junkie, crackhead, piece of shit that deserves to die for breathing. At the very least, now the only people that usually call to get me in trouble are very sick, mentally ill, obese, inbred pieces of garbage that do it for fun. You know? Now, I move this. We're going to get this out. So my phone is charging. Then we grab this bad boy and we plug this guy in. I can still feel the devil attacking me through the vehicles, which sucks, but it is what it is. Like you can see, like my body is twitching because it's trying to connect to me. I don't want to do this. Stop trying to draw me into your reality, but they can't help it because they're dumb. Okay. Has the input changed? What about if I put this one here? Yeah, I can feel the anxiety attaching to my leg. Okay, that's got some input, 20%. That's good. That's a good sign. When it's 20 watts, that's a really good sign, actually. That's why it's 11 hours. Usually it takes 24 hours. So that's good. I wish these people would stop fighting me. Whoever's in that car, I wish you would stop fighting me. Please, for the love of God, stop trying to poke the bear with your anxiety and your sick power games because you're consumed by a demonic entity, a demonic force. Oh shit, I had quarters in here. Please leave me alone, everyone. Okay. And now we've made it. And that's going to be my daily routine probably for the rest of the winter. But if I can get $1,600 somehow, I could have my own vehicle. Now why won't this work? Maybe if I put my glove, don't show. Look at that. Look at that problem solving right there. And now I'm here. And everything is cool. And it's just you and me. I'm a raccoon man. That's why my forehead is bigger than my cheekbones, which everywhere I go gives the illusion that I'm wearing a raccoon mask. But also, I'm a skinwalker that can shapeshift at will. Watch as I move my eye further apart from each other and raise them up. Whoa, isn't that weird? How I can just do that. Whoa, it's like I'm not even real. It's like I'm an AI-generated figment of your imagination to bring you to a better state of consciousness. But I don't know, I'm cold. I don't need food, but I might want to go get some food. I'm pulling my hair out. Okay. And now everybody is gone. They're all gone. They're all gone. And I'm under spiritual attack in the spiritual front lines. Okay. doing energy work. I'm just doing some energy work. I love Sagittarius season. I would not have been able to bring my guitar here. Even if I wanted to. It would have frozen my hand off. Look, my skin is fucking flaking and peeling off. Look. My skin started to freeze, and then the creases of the skin started to break, and my hand is like puffing up. Fucking pieces of my hand. You can see where the skin is cracking. Pieces of my skin fucking started to freeze off. That's just what it's like living out here in the country. If the Crow Indians could do it out in wherever Jeremiah Johnson took place, the Colorado Mountains, then I can do it here. You know what's pretty cool? The Crows, the Crow Native Americans, they're not called the Crows, they're called the Appaloosa or something. And that meant the children of the Thunderbird. And the fucking French were like, just call them Crow. The fucking French. Fuck the French. Fuck the French, dude. Theo Von was right. Fuck the French. In their dumb fashion. I don't think the French have fashion. Fuck the French. I'm gonna go get tissues to blow my nose. We're gonna try to charge my device to 60%. How's the hair? On top of Old Smoky. It's actually a good sign. When you have to blow your nose, it's actually a good thing. Because your body is getting rid of things that are bad for it. It means I'm processing. $10 hours to charge. Which means that at 6 a.m., 8 a.m. tomorrow, it'll be charged. Goddamn. Chat. The king of the north. I'm the king of the north. What the fuck are you doing in my swamp? What the fuck are you doing in my swamp, motherfucker? I'll kill you. Let's pray. God, please bring Casey Francis O'Brien justice for all the wrong that was done to him. Please restructure the town and remove the bad people and place your chosen ones. Please help make this place amazing and do it in a way that honors and respects the people that it hurt. Bring the people that the community attacked that were wrongfully traumatized to a position of power and creativity so that they may impose their will and make a change in the community. And please root out the bad ones and remove everything from them, strip them to nothing, and cast them out the way you cast me out. Look. Kill, White Dawn, The Exile, Fire Song, End of the Road, The Secret History, and then over there is 33. Because this is a set. It's not real. None of this is real. It's a collective hallucination to harvest our spiritual energy. And when I start to break out of it using my creative ambition, things go awry. They fuck with me. And they hurt me. And they hurt me really bad. For a long time. They continue to hurt me. It happened 3 days ago. 3 days ago. I tried to get a job. I subjected myself to torture for 2 weeks, where the guy went insane in psychosis because he had liked hurting me. And he got worse and worse and worse until he tried to kill me. And that happens to me so much, and nobody believes me. Or it just goes in one ear and out the other. Nobody cares. Your cognitive dissonance from your settled lifestyle and your lack of accountability for yourself, your cowardice, has caused you to not be brave enough to accept the truth that I keep saying. I'm trying really hard. But there's some type of disconnect. They don't see me for me. They can't. So to save them would be pointless because they would be ungrateful. So I'm trying to divert my attention and energy into myself. And I just feel the only answer really would be just a sudden inheritance. The best way out of this would be to win the lottery or something. That would be the icing on the cake for Casey. The Casey story would be to make it so that he's blessed in a way that everybody would feel is unfair. That would be the righteous justice. That would be the karma. To elevate Casey like that in a way that everybody now is jealous and angry the way that they were, but now it's inescapable. There's a spider. It's like a daddy long legs, but it's got 8 legs. Daddy long legs are way more agile and less confused like this one. Like that one's just struggling to function. Weird. Oh God, I dropped it. I was trying to put you back so you could see. My bad. I should talk to when I go into work tomorrow, I'll talk to the owners about putting a radio in here that just plays like the country station or something. That would be cool. Let's knock that spider off. I think I'm gonna go in a minute. I'm cold. Dark days, Thief Lord, and a new beginning. And then Expedition 33. I'm just waiting for a birth certificate, so I have 2 forms of ID. And then I can get a winter beater. A winter beater. I'm in pain, Chad. The pain got too much, so I live skirting around it. Because even if I did accept everything, It wouldn't make a difference in my situation. Any relationships I would want to mend, those people are lost. They've fallen into ego and pride. They got some money in their pocket now, and they have a house and a family. They've settled, and there's no way to reach them anymore. They're all extremely self-centered individuals with no accountability. So even if I took my own radical accountability and I tried to extend an olive branch to the people that left me to die several times when I was 14, when I was cast out into homelessness, or when my foster father gave up being a foster father and sent us back into the system, when I came back and I fought to be around my friends again, and then they all wanted to drink, and then I fell and hit my head on the sidewalk and I was laying there unconscious, and they drove by, saw me, and they laughed and left me there freezing to death when I was 17. Then when I got in a car accident when I was 19, they all stopped hanging out with me. I was like a novelty, like when your friend brings a dog along. But I was smarter than all of them. I was more functioning than all of them. I had passions and dreams in life. I was doing things. I was the only one in my friend group that had a gym membership. I didn't work 60 hours a week like one of my friends, but I worked as a pizza guy, and I was going to the gym. I had relationships. I was couch surfing, and they didn't respect me because I didn't have my own apartment, but they were living with their parents in basements, and their parents were working to pay the bills, but they thought there was something wrong with me because I didn't have parents. Nobody understands what it's like to be a homeless child and have to fight your father to the death. And I was persecuted for being different. Labeled as like less than, but I was more than. More than they could understand. Clipped. I don't know how to change it from a 49-second short. To a 3-minute short. It's my charge at 10%. It's not charging. Now it's charging. When it gets to like 25, like 9:45, I'll go get some burritos, I think. Or should I get a pizza? Might be too late for the caramelized onions. Cumby's pizza's only good with caramelized onions because they don't have marinara sauce. There's no sauce on the pizza. It's just like cheese and crust and toppings. So when I have the caramelized onions, the chipotle onions, that chipotle sauce is really good. I think I'm just gonna get 3 burritos. I think I'm gonna do it now. 2. Coke and my soda. I'm gonna take my gloves, find my wallet. And we're gonna leave it with a 10% charge. And we're gonna head on out for about 15 minutes. There's cameras. Nobody can do anything. If I had a camper and I could run a heater through a generator, so I just spend money on diesel for the diesel heater, but then I could run heat. Or I could find somebody or talk to a property owner about paying whatever the monthly cost for electricity is to park there at night and then run the heater to the place and warm it up. And if it was warm and I could be in the camper, it'd feel so nice, man. It'd feel really nice. And then when it's warm and I can feel the heat and I'm comfortable and the doors are locked and there's nobody around, and I had a bed and no neighbors or anything, and I could open my computer and I could watch a movie, and I maybe even have my McDoubles, my 2 McChickens that are warm, like heated up, and I could watch like Thunderbolts in bed, and I don't have any neighbors down the hallway. I'm not in a building or anything, but I'm safe. Nobody's gonna bother me. And then I could have a pit bull or a Cane Corso. That would be nice. Then I could live stream. Hey, you mind putting a couple burritos in?
Sure.
Cool. Hey.
How are you?
I'm good. How you doing? Do you have any more?
When we look, probably not. They're probably frozen.
Well, you got the. Would you mind if I used your Chipotle onions on a pizza?
No, I don't mind. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Okay. What's up, Dale?
How's it going?
Good. I have this thing where, because you know the pizzas don't have sauce. You don't have like a lot of sauce. Tammy doesn't mind. Do you mind if we take these Chipotle onions and spread it on a pizza?
What kind of pizza?
3 meat?
3 meat?
Yeah. Because it's $9. Do you want a drink or something?
No, I'm good.
All right.
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
20-ounce bottles for $4.25.
Have you heard from Quan?
It's been a couple weeks.
But recent,
No.
more recent than me.
So yeah, 'cause
Yeah.
it was random. I came in for coffee with my old man and went out back to do something real quick and came back and he was sitting there bullshitting with my old man. I was like, hey.
Okay, cool.
So he was doing good. He said he was still Mount Snow.
Yeah.
He had a girl with him.
Okay.
So yeah, he looked like he was doing good.
Cool.
Which made me happy because he's a good boy.
Yeah.
You want?
Yeah.
So you can tell how much you want
Well-
on there or whatever.
I know you layer it right on, don't
Yeah.
you? Yeah. I was gonna say, Felicia showed me and it was like the entire thing.
Yeah,
And
it's
I
pretty
was
good.
like, really? You want that much? She's like, yep. I
Yeah.
was like, okay. I'll make it the way you want it.
Don't you throw it out anyway?
Yeah.
Yeah. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries, honey.
Damn, I'm kind of jealous. I wanted to go to Mount Snow with him.
Yeah, like I said, I was surprised that I even saw him, but he said he was doing good. Like, I didn't get a chance to talk to him long, but I was excited because I was a little nervous because like he just up and disappeared. So
Yeah.
I know things weren't good between him and his dad. So
Fucking bitch. I know he's watching too.
yeah, it's definitely crazy.
Like medicine. No group here. Wanted dead or alive. Wanted. I'm not happy with Quan. He's one of those people that is selfish. You don't trust him as far as you can throw him. Even if he's a good person, bad qualities. And only a few about it. Kind of like holding stuff over you, unconsciously, to put you in a state of desperation and then hold power over you. You might not even realize it. Oh, let me buy this. I'll wait. I still have to wait for the pizza. I'm gonna have a good night. Gotta buy this.
No, that's a super slice. I'll eventually get it right. There we go. 980.
He was like, you can go, but I'm not going to bring it. You can even follow me, but you can't get in my car. And I was like, yeah. So I didn't like that because I would sit there every day and he'd talk about it. It kind of sucked. Kind of sucked. They would laugh at me like I was an animal. Put my headphones in. He might be willing to sell me his e-bike though. Now that he has a car. It's probably better I get it on my own anyway. It might be, I don't know if e-bikes can run in the winter. But that's what I would want to do, is get an e-bike. That'd be really cool. In the shadow. I don't know. That kinda sucks.
I wanted it, I was like, I went outside, I was like, fuck,
I want a pizza. Yeah, these guys have been great. They helped me when I was hungry. They would give me the pizza that they were going to throw out when I couldn't afford it. So they would let me come here every day at like 5 o'clock and pick up 2 slices of pizza, pay for a drink, and then they didn't mind that I went and sat out back and played guitar, which really helped. So I always say, like,
Can we get your number? With the smartphone app, all you need is your phone number at checkout to start saving. Give us your digits.
maybe we'll
and
get a
start
lucky number
saving
11.
Every time you shop. Download the app for great offers and more savings.
You can't legally live in a storage locker, and the places around here, like, I guess they've had like bad people, you know, that cause problems, that are like having fights outside the storage unit. They kind of ruined it for the 90%. That looks great, man. I'd offer you a slice if we had bigger pizzas.
That's okay. You're a growing young lad.
All right, thank
There you
you.
go.
I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right. Good to see you, Tammy.
You take care of them.
You too. All right. All right. Let's go. Who the hell is that? Approaching in the darkness. Quan didn't want to be my friend. And was not generous with the opportunities because of my situation. And maybe I'm just not cool enough. I'm not cool enough for Quan, but that's okay. Because I'm gonna get a dog, bitch. And he'll have to be my friend. Because I feed him. Once I have a dog, I can force to be my friend. It'll all be okay. I'm cold as fuck. Oh, and I'm gonna eat a pizza. I'm gonna eat a pizza. I wish I worked at the mountain, but I had no way to get there. Running, 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 they're running. Why are they running? Looks like it just ended. Everybody's going home. Smells like gasoline. Okay. Nobody wants to be friends with Casey. Casey has no friends. Just people that feel bad for him. I'm like below lower class. But which means the only people that hang out with me are people of my class. Animals. And they didn't heat this. Oh, that's gonna suck. You have to cook it crispy when you do these, or else the chipotle onions fall off. Which means this is more like a sandwich. But I forgot to ask him to run it well done. People don't know how old I am. People think I'm 18 or 20 or not 25. But I had a brain injury when I was 19, and now I've been aging much slower. So I'm basically 21. I'm more like 17, but it's not an excuse. It's really nice to get this and then go back to the tent. And watch movies laying in the tent. This guy really undercooked the pizza. Like really undercooked it. Like it's cold. Why? It has a setting. He took it out early because he was in a rush to make somebody else's pizza. I think the owners are here. They're staring at me through the window. They moved. I think they were just seeing what I was doing. Didn't look like they picked anybody up or anything. Yeah, the pizza's really undercooked. Night ruiner. But that means tomorrow it'll be frozen again, and I can go in and ask them to heat it up for me. And they'll say, no, no, no. And then I'll say, yes. Thanks. Yeah, brain damage years. Orange sunrise. Yeah, it took years. Because it wasn't like I was in a safe place either. It's been nightmare situation after nightmare situation for 7 years. But I'm glad that it happened that way. Because it taught me gratitude. It gave me perspective. And it taught me how to create the thing that I was yearning for, that I never got, like a family, like unconditional love, and like a safe place. Now that's inside me. So no matter what happens outside, I'm always in that space. Now I just have to keep it as a foundation and grow from the dirt with that, so that I could become a normal person, but I will be outshining and excelling. Like when I was at work at the music hall helping tear down stuff, I was the strongest one there. Except Eric, of course, my boss. But the other guy was like, man, you're really making me look weak out here, because he needed help carrying the stuff, and I was like hoisting them on my shoulder. But I didn't know how to say, once you're dying of hypothermia and you have 105-degree fever and the police try to kill you, and the homeless program leaves you to die and locks their doors so that you freeze to death, and then they call the police to dispose of your body, and they make it clear that you're not safe and you're going to die tonight if you don't leave town. So with 105-degree fever, you take a tractor supply wagon filled with 150 pounds of stuff, and you drag it through a foot of snow 11 miles on the rail trail to Johnson, and then you set up hiding in this tarp, running your heater at a park, scared you're going to die, and you have to will yourself to stay alive for a month straight, barely making it, fighting to get a job, and no one will hire you until the select board decides that calling the police won't work on him, so let's just force him to leave town. So the police said they were gonna get me out no matter what, whether I wanted to or not. Anywhere that I went in town would not be okay. But somebody at the police station talked to somebody, and they decided, because I had caught them in a lie, backing up another officer that used extreme excessive force on me, they offered to bring me to 70 miles south to a bigger town that had a homeless program, and they paid for a motel room for 3 days so that I could get in, and the room would be available so that I could get into the program. Now that once you do that, hauling anything is not a big deal. That guy was definitely strong enough to haul these big things that I was doing. He was probably much healthier than I was too, but he had the settler's softness inside. He didn't have control over his body the same way. I'm a monkey man. I had really bad blisters too. You can see I got calluses. Five Nights at Freddy's. I think I want to watch Queso play video games. So why go back there and remind you caught yourself in the past right before my eyes? The rain heals after the heart of the... I hit a spider. So why go back there in your mind? You caught yourself in the past right before my eyes. I don't know. I never leave. It's not like I'm going back there. It's like I'm always everywhere. Like all my memories are like this ooze that makes up me. It doesn't go anywhere. It's like I'm exalted behind my life, disassociated, and part of me is always far away and is objectively looking at my entire scope of my life. And it's just like twinkling of the particles in the ooze of me. It's all the moments of my life. It's not like they go somewhere and I go back. It's like it's just there. Like I don't have to think about J. Cole's Forest Hills Drive album to know that I have a general memory of every song on it. And then I can see the music video. I can also see a little bit of where I was when I first saw the music video. But it's not like I have to go there. It's like I am there. Like time is not relevant in my spirit. I wish I was able to go back there more, but my mind is kind of fragmented. So I only see like one little sliver like this of the memory, where it used to be like a big objective kind of watching a movie. Now it's like I can only get like a cracked screen of the photographic memory because of spiritual attacks and trauma. But I don't think time is real. I think it's all happening at once. So like while I'm sitting here, there's like a sudden impulse like this, and I can see, usually I'll see like 6 or 7 different memories at once, and one of them hasn't happened yet. And I'm like, I wonder what that is. And then like 6 months go by, and I'm in that moment, and then I do the jolt, and then I can see where I was here. Sort of like the electronic signals from my consciousness pulse to many different parts of time at once, outside of the 3rd dimension, in the 4th dimension. And then I'm also exalted in the 5th dimension, looking at everything. And that's why my name means Casey, which is the tree of life. Free to do whatever. Exalted O'Brien, Casey Francis O'Brien. And I'm an 11, born in the 11th, and I'm a 33 life path. And I'm a Sagittarius sun in the 8th house, the dark, constant growth of Jupiter and Sagittarius, the elder tree in Celtic mythology connecting the heavens to the earth in Sagittarius season. But in the 8th house of Scorpio means that it's a constant rebirth in darkness from the bottom to the top. Ascended master status, which supports the 33. And then my name is Casey, which means the tree of life, which supports the elder tree, Sagittarius. And acacia is the tree that can't be cut down. It's the innocence and pureness of the soul. It's the purest essence on the planet. That's why they call it the tree of life, the acacia that built the tabernacle or the meeting house of God through the acacia, the DMT that it produces. And then when I was born, the umbilical cord was choking me, and people theorize that in my isolation, with my sleep patterns being undisturbed, I accidentally found a greater sense of using the natural DMT that gets produced. So I constantly am living in semi-DMT trip, and it's just normal for me. which supports the Casey name and the Sagittarius in the 8th house. The third, and then my last name means O'Brien, which means exalted, which means placed away on a hill with authority, objectively ruling from a distance. And I'm an Aquarius moon, which means that I'm exalted in a disassociative state in my own 5th dimensional reality, in rebellion against everything with the earth. And because you're naturally enlightened, but you're trapped on earth, you don't have emotions, you process everything informationally, narratively, and logically, so you inherit tons and tons of overwhelming energies objectively. So people think you're like an autistic sociopath. But the Sagittarius, at least I can make it fun. But O'Brien exalted, my Aquarius exalted is in the 10th house of Capricorn, which is the Dark Empire. So O'Brien means a castle on the hill. And then Aquarius moon in Capricorn in the 10th house means a public figure in the Dark Empire. Capricorn built this kingdom with Aquarius being the leader and the rebel and the light. It means a literal king of the castle on the hill. So my name, the Tree of Life exalted in Sagittarius, Aquarius, and 11 in the 33 life path is the divine child. It's the perfect embodiment of your soul's journey. It's the ultimate test. And it means that your whole life will be a Truman Show, completely from start to finish. You have a higher responsibility. Everything in your life is predestined except for your decisions, because it's a test on how you use the universe. And it's also a gift, and that's why I can't walk into places without my red truck always being there, breathing down my neck. And then you'll have like the sets already built here, and it's inescapable always. I don't know where Battle for Your Brain lives. I don't even know who these guys are. But Third Eye and Battle for Your Brain, you guys are kind of thematically, you both deal with the brain. And I'm afraid to wake up because it's terrifying. It's really scary to wake up. Yeah, they didn't, dude, I don't even want to eat this pizza. It's not even cooked. The meat is raw. He didn't cook it, bro. Yeah, I would say it's more like Beau is Afraid than The Truman Show. If you like the stuff that I'm talking about, Beau is Afraid. And think about, when you watch it, think about what I said about Hawaii and Ireland. I'm a 33 life path, born in the 11th. Look for twin symbolism in the movie. Think about overbearing mother with red hair, attacking the Irish part of me. And think about how I was cast out because my neighbor was filing fake noise complaints about my music that wasn't happening. And then I was evicted and then forced to leave. And how when I got in a car accident, I was taken in by a family named Roger and Nate, Owen, Grace, Tony. And then I was, after that, when that all went bad, I ran out and now I'm in the woods. Like, memorize everything I just said and watch Beau is Afraid, and you'll be like, okay, I get it. This is all Casey's test. It's all about Casey. I don't know why. I don't even know what to do. I'm just fighting. Like, I can go out there and say hi to the guy in the red truck and see what he has to say. It just doesn't feel worth it. But then when I'm really inspired to buy Walmart, then a guy shows up in the woods with my Walmart delivery, and he casually explains he has the same Rh negative blood I do, and he also plays instruments out in the woods by himself. And then the aliens tell me to look up, and then I see a UFO, and then I'm explaining to him that I just saw a UFO, and then he sees one, and I'm facing this way, he's facing that way, and we both see it at the same time circling us. And he casually mentions he has 100 acres of land. that he doesn't use. So, but the problem is, he's not real. He's held captive by something. And whatever that something is seems to be in everybody. And it makes them always attacking me for some reason. They can't be around me without twitching and getting angry. Unless I suffer and I humble myself and I act like a stupid animal that needs help. And then when they feel bad about me, then their ego allows them to communicate with me. Otherwise, they see me as a threat. And even if I try to live, like when they do help me, if I live with them long term, they all seem to enter psychosis. They go nuts. And I don't know what to do about it. Because when the camera's off, I'm just trying to think my way into making better songs and better art. Waiting on opportunities and then gaining skills, slowly working towards foundational stuff like cutting back on excessive smoking has been huge this year. I used to go from a pack a day to vapes. Now I go from vapes and I only really want one cigarette. If I'm not live, I don't even smoke. That's been great. Also, I think they're throwing stuff away. Maybe they need help. They're tearing the set down, I think. I don't know. I think if they needed help, Eric would have texted me. I can't treat them the way they treat me because I don't even want to think about the way that they treat me. Most of my time is spent like trying to figure out why they treat me that way. And then I just throw it away and I don't even think about it, and then it happens again. Like, I'm pretty sure I've had this exact conversation before. I can remember the black cat drawing that's right in front of me. That wasn't there last week. I can remember this like deja vu. And I'm explaining that I don't internalize what happens because I don't want it to change me. So like with the Sagittarius, I just keep riding it. I don't let it affect me. You know? Yeah. It's not bad. So, I'm just waiting on a birth certificate, and then I'll have my 2 forms of ID. And when I first got here, because my car broke down and I was traveling, they assumed that I must be an addict because I didn't have a home. So they wouldn't hire me anywhere, and the worst thing was they shot at me twice, but they also one time they saw me sleeping in the back and they put a gun to my head and took a picture. But instead they all talk shit behind my back, and eventually they would get me. And it got so bad I had to hide in the woods because there's this one guy that he started showing up and he would stare me through the car window, and I'd look over and like, what is that guy doing? And the next day he was outside the car jerking off, and then a couple days later he showed up and tried to rip the car door open and rape me, and I had to kicked him in the stomach, and I ran out into the woods because the police had already made it clear that they're not my friend. The barn, I walked by the barn to go to McDonald's, and she said I threatened to kill her with a hatchet and called the police just because I was walking down the street. She lied. And she didn't get in trouble for a false police report or anything. The police used it as an excuse, and they broke in and stole things from my car. And then later, when I called them and said that my car was going to be out of the park and ride, they towed it and stole it for themselves, and they sold it. And they sold my music studio. And I lost my wallet, my ID, everything, because I told them I was going to sell the car. So then I moved out, and that's how I found that cabin. But I've been trying to get a job around here for 2 years. They just wouldn't. They wouldn't. I think it's the lack of social conditioning. Isolation of being out here on their phone. Like their screen time is more than 8 hours a day. Just consuming whatever Facebook gives them. It drives them into psychosis. Like, there's a lot of like blue collar, hard-working Vermonters that should be in an institution. Like I know a property owner that for 4 hours, when I was hanging out at the job site after work, the property owner came in to talk about, just kind of shoot the shit with the boss. And he spent 4 hours talking about how illegals are ruining our country. And he had no points. He didn't make any points. He just kept saying over and over and over and over again for 4 hours about illegals and homeless and how they're just ruining the country. And that's all he said, was just over and over and over and over again in different ways, saying the same thing with no statistics or proof. And if I said anything, he would just kind of blow it off. The guy he had lost his mind, and he just was so comfortable in his life because he was getting income from his properties. He wasn't in survival mode, so he didn't have to use his brain anymore. So he didn't even realize what he was doing. And that's my TED Talk for that stranger. They fucking undercooked my pizza, man. There's tons of cameras. I could walk back. My phone's at 19%. Let's go cook the pizza and come back. Okay. It's cold as hell. They're taking the set down. They're taking the set down. Chandler didn't text me, so I guess there must be a lot of parents and kids that are willing to help take the set down. I'm just gonna say, hey man, the cheese ain't even melted. The cheese wasn't even melted. I tried to eat it, but it was cold. It was fucking freezing. The meat is like bright pink and fresh. Okay. Here. Nobody's gonna hit me. That's cool. Now I can get 2 warm pizzas for the price of 1. I'm fucking freezing. Yeah. Fucking freezing. He didn't do it for 4 hours. He did it for 2 hours, but it's still an excessive amount of time. I just like saying the number 4 because it sounds more assertive than the number 2. And that guy was listening. I could have said 40 minutes, but that would have been a discredit to the absurdity of the situation. Because that guy was ruminating and trapped in a delusional belief instilled in him by Facebook propaganda. Earth but art. Hey. It's really fucking cold, fam. Howdy, partner. What's up, man? Yeah, you're telling me. Yo. Sorry to bug you. The pizza was really undercooked.
Oh,
It was like the cheese wasn't even melted.
Want some old stuff on the top, bro.
want
Yeah.
me to throw it back in?
Could you?
Yeah.
Just like burn the hell out of it if you want.
Burn the hell out of it. It's funny, there's a couple other people that would
Look,
say
I need
that.
to
It's pizza.
You're Canadian, you speak.
What?
You're Canadian, you speak.
Say what?
You're Canadian, you speak.
Say what?
You're Canadian?
Do I like onions? I like onions, yeah.
Let's get steak on
I
the
couldn't give him a
front.
whole new box.
You still work at the Forge?
So do.
How do you like it?
Dishwasher.
Yeah.
You're seated for it.
Yeah.
That's the way it is.
Pretty cool, right there.
Does the owner live there?
Thetford.
Does the owner live there?
Thetford.
I can't hear you.
Thetford.
Thetford? I don't know his name.
No, that's where he lives.
He lives in Thetford?
First
Okay.
of Bradford.
Pete
On the way to
Bradford.
On the way to Bradford.
Yeah.
You take 3 a day.
Oh, he's far. He was living there, and people gave him a really hard time about it.
What?
There's a guy at the bowling alley that freaks out because he thinks that the guy's living there. So he used to live there, and now they wouldn't let him stay. But there's a guy who moved in next door, and he started walking around in his underwear with the lights on in the middle of the night, and everyone can see it. He's like young people. He's a carpenter. He's kind of lost it a little bit.
Just a little bit.
I don't know how people can understand it. It's a movie? Yeah. It's probably just because the onions are heavy. I'm trying to get it to stop.
Keep close and get through.
Yeah.
The thing is like an air oven anyway. Let's go circulate it real quick.
Yeah.
You go to a regular pizza place, you get a pizza in 5 minutes.
Yeah. I think it's because I stare at a screen all day. Yeah. It's 10 at like 11:30. I'll try to walk back. Or maybe I should just send it. Go at like 2:30. It'll be cold, but it means I won't have to leave the area. Oh, I should check to see how much they have hand warmers. I do need some hand warmers. Do you guys sell hand warmers? I'm gonna have to mute just for copyright purposes. I can't afford the hand warmers. For the 2 small ones, it's fucking $3. I'd get more out of buying $5 of firewood. I need to find rocks. If I can haul a bunch of rocks out there, I could start a fire, heat up the rocks. Once the fire heats up the rocks, put the rocks around the bed, cover it, The rocks stay warm for a long time. Place new rocks by the fire. Let the fire go so that it stays medium warm just outside. Then in the morning, restart the fire. Switch the rock, let it heat up for a little bit. Switch the rocks out. Do that again at night. And I just need to use the hatchet. And I have to spend a couple hours every day wandering around picking up sticks and dead wood and stuffing a tote full. And then spending like $30 on firewood. Loneliness hurts. People don't tell you that loneliness is physically painful. Okay. They really undercooked the pizza, so they put it back in the oven. Every time I talk to that guy, his energy is so messed up. It fucks me up for a couple hours afterwards. Every time. I feel like trapped in that guy's energy every time. And he knows it too, which is why he wanders around and does what he does. That's why he got right in my face. So I kept going, what? Because I know your game. I know his game. Which is to subconsciously rape and spread influence to harvest energy to not feel so alone. Which is why suddenly I feel so alone, because he was trying to do a quick switcheroo. I noticed that he does that. He follows people and then tries to talk their ear off to drain them. And then once he's got everything from them, he laughs and then takes the power for himself and wanders around. That's a bad homeless person. Those are the people you don't want near your kids or at public parks. Which is when he said that he watches a girl naked through a window, which is the second thing he said to me. I leaned into it to see, once that's okay, what's he gonna say next? And then he said, a better place to creep on girls. The best place to creep on girls. So then I switched it to, I wanted to know so that we can tell her that people watch her through the window. And then he walked away. If that guy has a computer, we should check his hard drive. I wish I could just kill, like, that's the homeless people I wish we could just kill. Because I can still feel the attack, the residual energy, and him trying to divert the attention to himself and, like, energetically attack. And that's why that guy's alone. And he has to get people at the gas station around. I don't do that. There's no one I would really want to be friends with. But there's stuff I want to do in life. I guess maybe I'm thinking friends are way more ride or die and committed than they really are. I think I should have joined the military. I think I would have done really well. But I didn't want to fight for somebody else's cause. I'm willing and able to go into combat, especially if I had a couple years of training first. I could go into combat. But to me, it feels like, since it's not my mission, I'm not able to access a higher level of frequencies. I would just kind of shut down under somebody else's orders. So I moved my war to this and romanticized my life to uncovering more and more and more about what this experience is like, so that I could eventually win against it. Clipped. That's a good clip. This pizza is much better. And that guy's really nice to me too. That guy's a real good guy. I think I'm gonna go once this guy leaves. Is my phone charging? Of course it's not. How's this? What it's Ethan from Vermont? It better fucking not be. No way. Clipped. No way we got schemy, slimy, smelly Ethan in the chat. You better be Boone. Ethan, you're a character. We call you Schemy Ethan. Turncloak Ethan joined the Christian colonizer and worked to overthrow the king in the north. I'm at a crossroads here, chat. Where's Boone? I need Boone, Westy, Larry, the other Ethan, Matt. I need to commune with the council about the fate of Ethan, who calls himself Righteous Overlord. Let's see if that's your actual picture. Your picture just looks like an AI generated thing. What have you been up to, man? Hey, just so I know it's really Ethan, what was the name of the boat? The big boat. And what was the name of the little black kid in the shelter? All right. Ethan is an energy vampire. He was obsessed with power. Any chance he got to take it from everybody, he would. So God placed Christian after he had had some type of psychotic freak out, where he went, and then he took off running towards the shelter, completely possessed, and then twitching his head and staring back at us, walking in a straight line like a robot, gunning it for the King Street shelter. And Phoenix and I were like, I don't know what to do about that. But the angels were saying God has a plan for him. He's going to be destroyed. So when we got there, we go downstairs, and what Ethan saw was a man with a Native American poncho, but obviously like a Lithuanian person with a staff, going, I am Jesus Christ. And Ethan was like, no, you're not. You can't be. So when we got there, he was sitting there trying to disprove that this man was not Jesus. And I had taken Ethan to the gym a couple times. I brought everybody to the bar. Tried to at least. Took everyone to the skate park. I was trying to like show them there was a difference. There was a different path they could take. I was trying to save everyone. It was really cool that they played Celtic music, and that Aaron was the fat black staff member that would take all the energy at night, and I would stay up all night fighting back against him until he would get driven into psychosis and he would freak out because I was winning. And then River would come out and say that since I started working here, and I could feel her tugging at all of our energies at once, she said, I've gained 1,000 points in chess. And I didn't like how she said that, so I beat her at chess, which was a pretty cool win for me. But Aaron, E-R-I-N, means Ireland. And we were in the King Street shelter. And River had the Tuatha De Danann, but it mainly comes from, you'll figure out that the real Israelites and the real chosen people aren't the Africans or the Jews, it's the Irish. The real ancient Hebrew is what is inhabiting Ireland currently. Their bloodlines. So the River Daniel is important. So when I was 14 and I had to kill my dad in self-defense, and I went into my first shelter when I became homeless 11 years ago, the staff members were Aaron and Dan. And then when I got out of that shelter, I watched a lot of Game Grumps. So Aaron and Dan in Game Grumps. And that same Dan and Aaron have been just cycling through my life. That you're broke is an inside joke, because Ethan was with me when we recorded the disrespecting the simulation video. And I went, you know what they say about people who write stone tablets? They're broke. You're a brokey. We call you schemy, slimy, smelly Ethan because when the evil ogre Shauna and her disgusting smelly swamp that orbits her went to you to get me in trouble, you betrayed me. And you betrayed me several times. You acted like you were better than me. And what happens to everyone that thinks that they're better than Casey? They smoke crack and then they die. It just is what it is. I don't know what draws you to crack after meeting me, but even the guy down the road is doing it. Speaking of people that enter psychosis after meeting me. After Phoenix betrayed me, and he said he stole my energy, he went down to Florida and lost his fucking mind and was sending Jaden nudes of his bare ass. Phoenix was sending Jaden pictures of his fucking ass, bro. His cheeks. Jaden would open his phone and see a message from Phoenix, and they hadn't spoken in a while. And he'd open up the messages, and it's a picture of Phoenix with his butt out, posing. That's the guy that thought he was better than me. That he was stealing my energy and he had dominated me and he was more of a blood than me. He was blacker than me. Put him a week in isolation outside of Vermont, take the fish out of the water. Completely possessed. The theme of this video was friends. How I have no friends. So it's cool that Ethan found his way back into the chat, but I don't believe it's real. Yeah. My life has been crazy, man. In this laundromat, a year and a half ago, I had a Kundalini awakening and I broke out of the simulation and gained full control. And immediately a man ran in with a baton and tried to bash my head in. So I whipped out my hatchet and as he's beating my head in with a baton, I went, "This is not how Casey goes." And I whipped him up and threw him on the ground and I hacked him up with the hatchet, with the dull end, so that I wouldn't actually hurt him, but I wanted to scare him. And then he ran out and then I went, and I chased him out, fell, did a barrel roll, land, and then I slammed my hatchet into the back of his getaway car and cracked, and his getaway driver went, "Let's get out of here." And then he slammed into that light post. And then I spent 2 years out in the woods traveling. I walked from Randolph to Johnson, which is about 80 miles. And I stayed outside the Capitol building in a tent. And every time that they were mean to me or they talked shit or the cops would push me out of the way, I would shit on the lawn at night. So when they woke up on their footpath, they would see my shit and have to deal with it because they don't have a custodian or anything. So every time they were mean to me, and then they would watch me like trying to get work and nobody would hire me because of how I looked. Stuff like that. And it's been a year. I've been waiting on the birth certificate for 2 months. And I don't have it because I thanked the state police for letting me keep my broken down car at the park and ride. I'm gonna sell it in 2 days, thank you. Sorry to bother you. And then they stole it for themselves and they sold everything I owned. Then they worked together to trespass me from the college because I would go work out in the gym there. And then the hurricane and the tornado showed up. I went to hide in the field. The field happened to be owned by the college. So as soon as the storm is over, the police are there and I get arrested for trespassing. Then my lawyer never messages me for months. He doesn't answer his calls. I don't know when court is. I don't have a way to get a hold of him. And then whenever they felt like it, because I missed court and there was a warrant, the police would show up and beat the crap out of me, and I'd go to jail again. So in the past 4 years, I've spent about 70 days in jail. And I haven't attacked anybody. If somebody was like rude to me at a store when I'd ask if I could get the chicken they threw out and they wouldn't, they would say, "Get the fuck out of here, you fucking homeless piece of shit." Then I'd take the chicken. That was like the only thing I stole. It's stuff they're gonna throw out in 20 minutes. But I spent 70 days in jail. And I'm still going. It sucks, man. I wish the garage was here for this epic moment. I'm gonna have to text Westy and Boone. I'll be right back. What the hell? What the hell? Aw, dude. I can't see the chat anymore. That's unfortunate. Let's see. Okay, we're back. Ethan, are you still here? Is Ethan still in the chat, or did he leave? I'm going to smoke a cigarette. And I'm gonna fart. I'm gonna smoke a cigarette and fart out here, and there's nothing any of you can do to stop me. You know what? Because you're broke. Ethan is back, everybody. What a weird coinky-dink. I think every winter he's messaged me now. I think he's reached out to me every winter around this time. Schemy, slimy, smelly Ethan had nothing to say about his betrayals. He had nothing to say about his betrayals. His sick and twisted mind and how it hurt me. But I was crazy too. I'm also a crazy person. I just heard his voice say, "There's no saving me." Pessimistic Ethan in drama. I'm cold. I'm not going to want to walk back to the tent. I'm sick and sad today. What else did Ethan do? He never told. One time he said, "I'm not allowed to tell you what I am. They won't let me tell you what I am." I was hoping next time he came back he would tell me what he was. They're not here for me. I suddenly yearn for a car and a gym membership, and to be able to get shit done, to do things in my life. And I'm just cold, but it's okay. I'm on fire. Hey. Oh, Ethan doesn't even know that I figured out that I am Native American. Ethan doesn't know about my journey. I bet he's going back and watching the videos. Or he's moved on with his selfish life. He got what he needed. Now he's gone again. No apology from schemy, slimy, smelly Ethan. No thank you. But that's okay. Phoenix really did send pictures of his butt to Jaden, and that was really funny. It's also funny that Ethan May, my ex's brother's name was Ethan May, and he really abused her really badly. And now the boss of my job over here has the same first name as my ex, and the street that I live on is the last name of my ex. So it only makes sense for Ethan to come back. I hope the state police aren't here for me. I'm just standing here. I'm allowed to be here. If they called their brokies, their inbred colonizer pieces of shit whose brains don't work because they're full of parasites and they're broke. The robots are twitching. But I decided to come out here on the 22nd. So it is what it is. Yeah, they're staring at me. Who's that guy? I'm doing my laundry. The state police are here. They didn't go to pick up anybody. They probably went to go ask Chandler, who owns the building, if I'm allowed to be here, because I've been here a couple hours just sitting here. Is the cruiser leaving? He had the plates. He had the law enforcement plates. And then the state police pulled up next to him. Maybe I'm just paranoid. But if you've seen the channel long enough, you know that shit be happening. I hit 850 subscribers. Most of them just want to see me die, but it's okay. Because I ask for shooting stars and I get them on command all the time if my heart is in the right space. I have amazing experiences and I've traveled so many places. I've seen so much. I've really grown, but my brother died. He froze to death. If Ethan was still here, I'd tell him that one of the biggest ops, the op that I recruited Ethan to help me defeat, the evil Shay. You can't fuck with Casey and not get destroyed. So the next time I saw Shay, he was covered in face tattoos, addicted to hard drugs, and he was just wandering around my brother's funeral because they met each other once. And he got to see me on stage. Which is pretty cool. Chloe? It is Chloe? Hey, it's Casey.
How's it going?
Good. I'm just charging my stuff next door.
Nice.
It looks like you probably have a lot of help.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for them to pack out. They're all done. Yeah.
If you need me, I'm here.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let's finish the cigarette and then go in. I'm cold. There's just too many people. I didn't want to go see the show. I figured the seats are going to be packed. It's an entire school. Like, when it has a big turnout like this, I don't want to take seats from a parent or something. That's not that bad out.
So where are you sleeping these days?
I'm in a tent down the road.
Okay. Yeah, I texted Eric. I've got my parents have a winter sleeping bag that they're gonna bring
Okay.
tomorrow. So.
I don't want to bother you with the smoke.
Oh. So I'll figure out how to get that to you.
Cool.
You're around
Yeah.
here? Okay. If I don't see you, maybe I'll just leave it around the corner on the loading dock.
Sure. Or just text Eric or
yeah.
whatever.
Okay.
Cool.
Good night.
Thank you. That was nice. Just waiting for my birth certificate so I can work, and then 2 weeks of pay, and I can get a winter beater and find a better job, and then save for a computer, make my music. Okay. It feels pathetic. I feel pathetic. But there's nothing I can do. I don't have 2 forms of ID. And I could use a sleeping bag. But when I return it, it's going to be washed. It's going to be, if there's a hole in it, I'll get a needle and thread and patch up the hole for them. They said when it snows, they'll pay me to shovel. They said they can't pay me a lot, so I said, don't worry about pay. Just find whatever you're comfortable spending, and don't worry about an hourly rate. Just because they were going to be like, well, you could work for 14 an hour and work for 8 hours, or you could work for 25, at least 20 an hour and work for 3 hours. So I said, if you're comfortable with whatever your pay is, whatever I work, if I work 8 hours, don't worry about the hourly rate, just pay me whatever, and then whatever is left over, volunteer hours. I feel so worthless. I got some toilet paper to blow my nose. Okay. What's my charge at? At 50, it's at 18, 9 hours left. And then once this gets to 100%, but it's not charging, let's get my other charging block. Because maybe that's the problem. That's better. Take this shit out. Replace it with this one. Everything will be okay, and it was dark, so she can't see that my shirt has a bunch of stains on it. And now it's charging. Okay. You're broke. You're right. I'm the king of the north. Which I found in the book of Enoch. The king of the north is actually very important. Okay. Enoch. I don't want to go yet. What up, Shauna? Ethan Enoch. Hill. Or hi. Howdy. My potential boss came out and says that her parents are going to give her a winter sleeping bag for me. And I said thank you, but I feel kind of pathetic. Ethan from Vermont, hi. Shauna, I don't know if you've been here long enough, but schemy, slimy, smelly Ethan has been a recurring character in my stories. And he's finally found my channel. He was the guy that I brought him to the gym. He gave me this, actually, I wish he was still here. Where did Ethan go? I want to show him. Come back, Ethan from Vermont. Yeah. Shauna is here. I wanted to show schemy, slimy, smelly Ethan that the polar bear card he gave me is still in my wallet. When he told, it was like when Phoenix overdosed, and we're not sure if they raped him or not. But Phoenix used to tell me about how the Celts used to be giants and the Irish people used to be giants. And he would tell me these stories, Phoenix would, about the giants. And then every time I hung out with Phoenix, everywhere we went, like if we went into a gas station, suddenly this really, really tall Irish person with like the pointy ears and the longer noses, giants, like I'm talking like 6'5", 6'7". And I'd never seen people like that before in my life, but then suddenly every time I hang out with Phoenix, there's another one. We would run into like 15 total in like a 3-week period. These giant Irish people, and he would always tell me about the giants. And he used to read me the story in one of his books that his parents had given him about the Irish giants. When Phoenix overdosed, somehow I guess Ethan made it to him before I did. He was like in the area or something, or found him on the street. And they carried him up to the hospital. Right? The red-haired giants. The Native American stories about the giants, they have red hair. So they're theorizing it was either Irish people or it were Vikings that were the product of Irish sex slaves. Because 1,000 years ago, the Irish and the Scottish were the tallest people in the world. So 1,000 years ago, the average height was about 5 feet tall. So for someone to be like 6 foot or 6'5" would be considered a giant. So we're thinking that it was either really like a substrate of human that might be with Nephilim, or the Irish story about how the Tuatha De Danann came and they were at war, and in rebellion against the Tuatha De Danann, they inherited some spiritual power, which is the same thing that the Jews said that the same Tuatha De Danann is the same entity that the Jews say gave them their power. That's why they're owed the world, because the aliens gave it to them. but the Irish were fighting off against them. They were both, the Irish and the Jews were substrates of the same ancient Hebraic culture. So the Jews think that they're the chosen people because they let the aliens influence their bloodline, and the Irish are the actual chosen people because they were in rebellion against the demons. But either way, the Irish became really tall, and the Jewish gained a lot of wealth. And I think that I've seen the same picture you're talking about. I just have no way to verify it. I've heard the stories from Native Americans. I know the red-haired giants were definitely real. I just don't know if they were really as tall as they say they were, or if they were just like history says. Like you can find bones of people that were 6 foot, 7 foot tall around Scotland and Ireland back in the day, 1,000 years ago. Like Brian Boru, that I get my name from, the original O'Brien, the last High King of Ireland, he was a giant. But when the world is 4 foot 11, 5 feet tall, and you're 6 foot, that's a giant. And there are people that are 7 feet tall today that we would consider giants. Oh, but the point was, for some reason when I got there, waiting for Phoenix in the waiting room, the security just they weren't there that day. It was empty, completely empty in a major hospital. Like the biggest hospital in Vermont. And it was just empty for some reason. And then Ethan walks in and says, "We're gladiators." And Ethan doesn't know how significant polar bears are for my father and I, but he just gives me this polar bear card. He doesn't know that polar bears with the Native Americans were the archetype whose soul was spiritually, their function on earth was to take souls in meditation from one stage of their life to their next, and how my dad, who also keeps finding polar bear stuffed animals just like I do, was a ski instructor that would take kids on the chairlift and bring them up and then teach them how to ski down the hard trails. And how I take every soul I meet from one stage of their life to their next. But Ethan told me that we were gladiators, and that's kind of barreling down on the same. Ethan had this disgusting competitive nature about him. Scary shit, yeah. 48th Street, is that New York? Or is that Texas? Is it Austin or New York? Yeah, New York. I guess my grandfather owned a restaurant on West 238th in Bronx. And my other grandfather was on the 96th floor of the Twin Towers or something. And he was fired a week before the plane hit. And he was eating at a diner right next door, or right down the street when the planes hit. So I don't know if he had insider info. My grandfather also says that he kind of ran his money dry, and he now drives a school bus and does Uber. But he used to be a banker. He also says he's a conservative. And he's not my biological grandfather. But he's given me about $3,000. I always thought that I would get a lot of money before he dies, and I'd be able to pay him back, and he could die proud of his grandson. So I'm hoping that still happens. I want my grandparents to be proud of me, even if they don't want anything to do with me, for really no fault of my own. A lot of it is my mom. She lies and dramatizes everything. I have body cam footage of her for 10 minutes screaming lies at the police, lying through her teeth, yelling at them, trying to gaslight them, and encouraging them to come hurt me. I'm like, that's my fucking mom. Yeah, I'm here till they kick me out. I'm charging my devices. I've got 8 hours left on my Anker power bank, and then that should last me a week, so I can lay in bed. Looks like that girl's parents are going to give me a sleeping bag, so I can huddle. I couldn't afford hand warmers, so I'm gonna have to thug it. I'm gonna have to thug it out. There is when they take down the sets, they throw out some of the stuff. So there's this nice wooden platform that's framed and everything. It's like 4 by 8. That if I can get my gloves on tomorrow and carry it, or ask my boss, if he's my boss, I don't know, ask the guy for a ride. Maybe we can put it in the back of his Sprinter van and take it up, and I can carry it out to the woods. Then with I have like clippings, a big bag of insulation board clippings from their set design. And he gave me a bottle of Carpenter's caulk. So if I start a fire, I can warm up the Carpenter's caulk, and then I can quickly put all the pieces together and caulk between them, press them together, and then I could take a blanket, one of the ones that I'm not going to use, and wrap it around for insulation, to hold the insulation board in place, and then I can put that on the side of the bed, on the cot, and then I could take one tarp and put one tarp over the roof, and then take the other tarp and put it on top of that frame wall, nail that in, and then drape it over the cot, and then I'll have one sleeping bag zipped into another sleeping bag, zipped into another sleeping bag, and then I'll have my blanket to lay on top of it, and then I crawl in that, put the tarp over me, poke my head out, and then just do my meditation to vibrate and extend my body heat that I learned how to do 4 winters ago. And then I should be able to live in that warmth. And then I can sleep. And then occasionally, if I get some money, I can buy a hand warmer now and then. So the hand warmer warms it up pretty. If I get the the ones at the gas station are $3 for 10-hour ones that are like this big. But if I walk like 2 miles in the other direction from here, there's a hardware store, and they sell the big hand warmers for $2, and they last 20 hours. So I can pick up one of those. Let's see if I have any for tonight. And then I have to figure out how I'm getting to court. Nope, it looks like I am out of hand warmers. Because I was an idiot and I kept the hand warmer on my chest. Yeah, in 2022, my neighbor in 2021 I made a lot of money on cryptocurrency. So I lived in Section 8 for a brain injury. I went down to West Virginia and I worked for a church for a couple months. Lived at their house. I say worked for a church, it's more like they took me in, I guess. The pastor was very creepy. He said he was an energy vampire and that he was harvesting my life force. And he said he became me. He stole me from me, and then he kicked me out and said it's time for me to leave town after he had done his ritual. So I left. But before that, I made $12,000 on Dogecoin. I made $10K in pandemic unemployment assistance. I spent $6,000 of that pandemic money on fucking like DoorDash and a bunch of shit, like food. Stuff I didn't need. I blew through that money and I don't even know how. But with the rest of it, I bought Greyhound tickets and I lived in hostels and traveled, Airbnbs and stuff. Then with the remaining money that I had, I turned like 3K into 12K. So when I got back, I had a nice Dodge Magnum, nice clothes, chain, tattoos, and started having friends. The friends were pieces of shit, like real pieces of shit, but I hung out with them because I met them. They were drinking at the park, and I just hung out with them. But my neighbor started calling the police, and there was a thing in Section 8. Part of the lease is if the police show up for any reason, you're evicted. So as soon as I got that nice car, the police were there once a week for 4 months, at least once a week. And they said it was for noise complaints, but there was no noise. Sometimes there was noise. I was playing music, but most of the time it was completely silent. And they were showing up with like 4 or 5 cops wanting to look in the apartment. So I assumed they thought I was dealing drugs. They're trying to gain intel by force and tell me I'm not welcome in town. So after I finally got evicted, I was packing my shit, and my neighbor, who I'd never seen before, but I knew that when my girlfriend and I would have sex, he would leave his apartment and he would listen to us, because my other neighbor would tell me that the walls were really thin and they knew we were having sex and we didn't know that they could hear us, but my neighbor would, and then nobody said anything, but eventually they told me, yeah, we can hear you, and also the other neighbor comes and puts his ear to the door and listens to you guys have sex, by the way. So that's the same guy. At the very end, he started writing me love letters about how I'm very talented and I'm going to go far in life because I'm an attractive young man, and he wished that he was 20 years younger. And I took the note he did, and I traced Herbert the pervert from Family Guy, and I said, all of you are pedophiles, leave me the fuck alone. And I pasted it on my door. So we called the police for that, and eventually I got evicted because the cops were coming. So on my way out, he puffs his chest out, the skinny schizophrenic man puffs his chest out, and he's walking down the hall, and he's blocking the hallway. So I just move my shoulder and I brush him. Not like bump, I just brushed him. And he went, fuck you. And he stormed into his apartment and called the police, and I got an assault charge before he even saw any evidence. The same cop that gave me an assault charge, I've shown the channel a video of that cop running up to a random homeless woman, picking her up and throwing her on the ground. She had committed no crimes. This guy picked her up, threw her on the ground, legs in the air, crotch to crotch. He's pretending to grab her arms, and then he lets her go. She's like trying to push him off. He grabs her arms again, then he lets her go, so she's trying to push him off him again. He's like grinding against her, crotch to crotch. Then finally, when she realized what he was doing, she scratched his eye. Just like scratched down his eye. So he grabs her boob as a handle, and he punches her 10 times as hard as he can in the face. And that wasn't enough, so he took his elbow, and he tries to pop her nose out, like elbow her as hard as he can in the nose. Broke her nose, bleeding. That wasn't enough for him, so he took his elbow and put it into her eye socket, then got up and put 250 pounds of pressure on her eye and is trying to break her skull. Then when she's spitting out blood, they're like, did you just try to assault an officer with bodily fluids? And she's like, I can't breathe. And that's the guy that gave me an assault charge because I bumped into somebody on like It wasn't on accident, but it was just brushing into the guy in the hallway. It's not an assault charge, but for 4 years now, they won't let it go. I've done like 2,000 hours of community service the past 4 years, because I've been traveling. Sometimes I'll miss court, whether my lawyer doesn't text me or I get the dates wrong sometimes. And I've been to jail for 73 days total now. Because they always get me on the weekend. So you're there on Friday, then you're there Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and they let you out in the evening at like 5 o'clock. So I've spent like 70 days in jail over the past 4 years. I also have a legitimate schizophrenic mother that sits in Section 8, and she's been there for 20 years, and she eats so much food with her food stamps that she has heart attacks and is hospitalized for eating. And I don't talk to her. But occasionally, she'll call the police and say I'm trying to kill her. And I'm like, I don't want anything to do with her. Nobody's trying to kill her. But they believe her. So I get maced, thrown in jail for the weekend, my reputation's ruined, with no evidence at all. There's no evidence because it didn't happen. But they do that to me. The first time they left me in jail for 3 days, and they didn't wash my eyes, and there was no running water, and they didn't feed me anything. They just left me there with pepper spray in my whole face. I couldn't, like, in my nose, breathing it in. My eyes hurt. I have permanent damage to my eyes. I'm like a quarter way blind now. It's hard to focus. Because I wouldn't dip my, and I didn't have blankets or pillows or anything, I wouldn't dip my sheet in the toilet and wipe it because I didn't want pink eye. And then they carted me in front of the judge, and the judge laughed about how I looked and insinuated I must be a drug addict because of how I looked. And I tried for 3 years to tell him, like, hey, the cops beat the crap out of me with no evidence. And they left me in jail for 3 days with no running water, and they didn't wash the pepper spray out of my eyes. I look like shit because I haven't slept, because I'm in pain. I finally passed out after the second day, I think. And I haven't eaten or drank any water in 3 days. But every time I went to court, he would just talk shit about how I looked that day, like rubbing it in, which sucked. And I'd try to speak, and they would kick me out of the WebEx. But it would have been so easy just to say, like, hey, my mom has called prosecution and said that she has schizophrenia, and she made it all up. She has called prosecution and told them that, but there must be some personal or financial reason that they won't drop the case. So we're trying to do, the point was that after that instance where she called them and said that I had a grenade and I was going to throw a grenade in her house. Oh, I'm breaking up ahead. Matrix. Is it better? Basically, yeah, she called them and told them I had a grenade and I was gonna throw it into her house. And then I heard her screaming in the apartment. Is it better for other people? Hello? I think I have 4 bars. Can other people let me know if it's good? Yeah, well, after that she filed a abuse prevention order, and the evidence wasn't real. Like, to do an abuse prevention order, you have to have evidence. I did message her and say that if it was a zombie apocalypse and she showed up at my house, I'd kill her because she lied to the police and really hurt me and traumatized me for the rest of my life. But I didn't say I'm actively going to kill you. What I said is that you were so scared I want to hurt you, that you hurt me so bad that don't want to, but it makes me want to hurt you if you're going to keep hurting me. But that was enough that she got an APO, and she messaged me every single day. If I responded to it, I would go to jail. But every now and then I would talk to her. She would send, usually after she sent me money, she'd send my Cash App some money. So I'd talk to her and see if things were better. We'd talk, and then a week goes by and her bipolar kicks in. And she calls and says, Casey texted me, and then I'm floored, maced, beaten, and put in jail for 4 days. And that's cycle happened until now. It's been 73 days. So we're hoping that I get time served when I go to court. My lawyer is pushing for time served. But yeah, it happens. It's unnecessary. I spent 2 Thanksgivings in jail. They pick me up on because the cops will wait. If they have a warrant and you're homeless, you're automatically, they want to do the worst to you. So they would wait until Thanksgiving or Christmas or my birthday, and then they would do it. They wait till a Friday too. They pick me up on a Friday so that I'd go to jail for the whole weekend. And I didn't do anything to anybody. I just don't want to waste my life paying for a box. To stay, like, why would I waste my life at work to waste my life in an electric box just to prevent me from being beaten and thrown in an electric box and have to work? I hate jail too. What'd you go for, Rashad? Radshad? Bar fight? For a year, bro? That sucks. I hope it better not be like child porn or something sexual or domestic. I hope you didn't beat a girl, man. That would suck. For a year in jail, you must have like vandalized something or like broke a car window, or unless you live in like Texas, where they're like handing out year sentences. In Vermont, it's pretty rare to get a big sentence unless it's like domestic abuse or sex crimes. And they're pretty lenient. In Vermont, they're actually really lenient on pedophilia. They don't throw pedophiles in jail. They give them like 8 years of probation, and that's it. A cop got 15 days in jail for admitting to raping a 13-year-old for 3 years. Here in Vermont, a state trooper raped a 13-year-old until she was 16 weekly. Raped this girl weekly, and he admitted to raping her weekly. So I'm talking, that's like at least 200 different sex crimes, and they only gave him 15 days in jail because you didn't have to admit it, but you admitted it. So we'll give you 15 days and 8 years of probation where you have to be inside by 8 o'clock, which you already are going to do because you're old. Meanwhile, I've been to jail 70 days. And I've been going to court for 4 years for bumping into somebody in the hallway and occasionally wanting a mommy because life got really traumatizing. It just doesn't make any sense to me. We're gonna clip that. So I don't know what to do. I'll make another GoFundMe. I guess I should probably get Venmo because Nobody on Marketplace takes Cash App anymore. They all go, we don't do Cash App in this household. We use Venmo. So I should probably get a Venmo. That's me. I figured if they need help, they'll text me. I'm waiting on them to start taking the set down. And if they need help next door, they're gonna come get me. It is 11:30 though. I don't know why they probably left it for tomorrow and they'll text me in the afternoon. Yeah, I'll set up a Venmo tonight. I'm saving for, I need $5 for phone service, and then I'm trying to get my license renewed, which is like $60 for 4 years. Then maybe a portable power station or a wood stove, so that I can put the wood stove in the cabin or in the tent. And then I probably need a hammer. And then it's just saving for a car, so I can get a winter beater. And then once I get a car, gym membership, save for a better car, plane ticket to Hawaii, get out there. So I need a camera and a computer. And then I think my life would be much better. I've been waiting on this birth certificate to come in from Carmel for 2 months. It just makes no sense. Carmel is only like 9 hours away, but I should call him tomorrow. Like I ordered that coat, and the coat came from Los Angeles, and it got here 2 months faster than the birth certificate's gotten here. So that's confusing. But I wish I could work on construction sites. It's just, I ask if anybody knows anybody, I put it. I'm okay, man. I appreciate it, though. Thank you. You too, man. That's nice. He offered me a soda. That's pretty cool. What the fuck? Let me check this real quick. Westy sent a breakup coded text. Westy sent an image of an alien hanging himself. It's way safer. It's way safety. It is way safer. But if you download Cash App, Radshed, if you'd like to make a Cash App account, I should have an affiliate code. I will put in my I'll post it again in my channel bio. Not my channel bio. I'll put it in my channel bio, but I'll also put it in my community tab. In my community posts, I'll put the Cash App affiliate code again. And see if we can get some people to spend 10 minutes of their day making a Cash App account with my affiliate code. They get $5. If they send me the $5, they get $5 back. So it's a free $5, and I can send the $5 right back. So you make $10 for a few minutes of your time, and Cash App will send me $15. Or if you'd like to send me the other 10, I'd make $25 from you, just making a Cash App account. And then I don't know, 850 subscribers. If 850 people give me $25, what's 10 times 800? $8,000. So $8,500 if everybody, it would be 8,500 plus 425. So I would make $12,000 if everyone that subscribed to my channel made a Cash App account with my affiliate code. I would have $12,000, not including if they sent me the $10 that they would make, which would be another $8,000. I could make $20,000 just from the amount of subscribers I have if everyone that subscribed made a Cash App with my affiliate code and sent me the money that Cash App will send them for free. I'll send you $10 tomorrow when my mom wakes up. That's alright, man. How, Ratchet, you spent a year in jail, but you're... How old are you, man? Okay. You just sign up with a 36. You just sign up with, I'll post an affiliate code. You make a Cash App account with the affiliate code. It sends me $15. It gives you $5 for free. If you send me the $5, it gives you the $5 back for free. So I can send you the $5 so you make $10, or if you'd like to send me the other $5 and I make $25 from that. I was hoping at some point I'd have enough people that we could all just do a live stream where all of us together make a Cash App account with my affiliate code, and I could rake in, if 800 people did it, $20,000. 25 times 800. I get a lot of gang stalks. I get a lot of targeted individuals on my channel. There are gang stalkers that say that they are paid by a third-party organization through gift cards to run a paramilitary operation aimed at targeting and radicalizing possible schizophrenics. They do that. They do target people with a high IQ that emit higher brainwaves, and they do run CIA-led experiments through a third-party organization to pay strangers, usually with backgrounds in military and law enforcement. They reach out to them, and their day they get paid like $1,000 a week just to follow and stalk people when they get certain agendas and certain missions, and they have to record what they do, and they run experiments on these people. I don't think that it's as widespread. If that was the case, this would be like $1 trillion operation to pay how many people, like 5 stalkers per target. They're probably running an app like DoorDash with NDAs with legal consequences, if that were true. So 5 people per one person, and the people, there's like 100,000 people in the gang stalked group. I don't think 500,000 people are being paid by a third-party organization just to follow people around. But I do think that there is a intelligence like AI, how it can be in all of our phones. I think that there's an extra dimensional intelligence like the Mind Flayer, and that thing likes to jump into unconscious empty vessels that have settled into their lives and are prone to be taken over. And it's pretty, like, spiritual warfare is hard. Everyone falls victim to it because it's always going, it's never stopping. I think that people get possessed by the Mind Flayer. So when you see people doing like they say that the gang stalkers have like hand signs where they scratch like this and scratch their nose and they do like their things, it's just that they're empty vessels, that their impulses are being guided by an extra dimensional entity that's able to work through multiple people at once the same way that it works through this. Like Mr. Crow, Mr. Corbett, he's not a gang stalker that was paid by the government. Unless it is, and it's like Beau is Afraid, where literally everybody but us is in on it, and we're the chosen ones. We're the experiments by a higher intelligence. If it is that, then yeah, but it's probably more like I made it into Mr. Corbett's life, and he got infiltrated, and then it grew like a parasite, infesting him, until it drove him and completely replaced his impulses in his subconscious so that he forgot himself, and he became at the whim of an extra-dimensional intelligence. And that only happened because it's targeting me. So I'm targeted, but I don't think it's all. I think now that I have the channel, definitely. I think before I had the channel, definitely, especially when I built a personal relationship to Martin Cabello and Courtney Hunt. When I went out on a Greyhound bus and showed up at Courtney Hunt's door and met Courtney Hunt, who works for the CIA, definitely think that opened up some doors. Like, that's when my phone battery started draining, and I started getting tons of notifications, and my phone randomly cuts out, and I do see the same people. I do think that opened up a door for paramilitary operations to practice on me. Like last year when I started getting 1,000 to 10,000 views per live stream, with like 500 to 600 people watching daily. And then I was encouraging all of you fast, so that you would start fasting, get sunlight, take probiotics, leave your job, go out into the woods, isolate, breathe, internalize, know thyself, practice a creative hobby so that you can gain control of yourself, learn how to say no to what you don't like when it shows up like dominoes, instead of improv where you're like, yes, and this. You go, no, I don't like that, and I like this. Learning those skills with a foundation of quantum mechanics. And then the next, like, after that 3-day live stream where I got like 30,000 views in 3 days, someone approached me, obviously like an undercover cop, with a New York accent. A black guy showed up, and he walked up to me and was like, hey, I'm looking for the guy that is doing that hunger strike. And I was like, oh, I mean, I think I saw him on Facebook. I might be able to text him for you. I was like, oh no, I think that's Derek, or it might be Westy, or and he named like 3 other of my regular subscribers. Then I was like, oh, I can't help you with that. And he's like, oh, you can't? Okay. And then he left. That happened. So you can't run a YouTube channel and not be in the industry. You have no idea who's watching. I'm gonna mute and take a shit. Maybe I'll unmute and I'll keep talking. What else has happened? I mean, do you think when I did that video like a month ago now, the video Casey gets attacked live, Casey gets violently attacked live, that guy works for that company. But if you look at the timing, it was right when I connected to God and I broke free from the matrix and I was in harmony with nature. The birds were coming to me. They were all with me. And I smiled genuinely because I was finally here and present to the moment and at peace, and I had fought back against the spiritual stuff, the spiritual warfare. And then within seconds, there was the same red truck that pulled up earlier. Followed by a guy that charged me and said I'm not welcome and I'm trespassing even though I had permission from the property owner to be there. A guy attacked me with fear, spiritually raped me. I don't think he's getting paid by a third-party organization. I think he got infiltrated by an extra-dimensional force. And I'm not sure why God would allow it other than I got the good and the bad at the same time. I got this great awakening from God, just like when Ryan Brady attacked me in this laundromat. And then I got the bad. I got the good and the bad at the same time in one moment, which allowed me to like fight. And I could have done better both times, but I still thought I was brave. Like when you watch the video back, you might be like, he kind of sounds like a bitch. He could have fought him on it, but I was like, trying to set an example that you shouldn't fight. When that guy came, he was looking for a fight with me. Even if he didn't sound like it, he didn't say that. Dude, I had a tick on me. In winter. There was a fucking... I thought I felt something crawling on my... Whatchamacallit? My groin in between. Is it your mons pubis? My mons pubis in my thighs, man. And I fucking wiped it, and there was a goddamn tick. It was dead, but it was a tick. I must have like been buried under leaves and crawled through a hole in the tent when I laid there for days. Or it could have been there for a long time. I mean, it could have been a spider. I just saw its legs. It was probably a spider. There was a spider. Okay. But yeah. I don't know what to make of it. This guy offered me a soda, which was nice of him. I was talking about how mean everybody was to me and he offered me a soda, so I appreciate it. I'm just begging on the internet very badly. I'm not a very good beggar. Should I fly a sign on my channel that says, "Help me, please. Help me get a car"? No, I've never panhandled. I'm kind of like the opposite. I'm like begging people to get me work. But hopefully pretty soon when it snows, Chandler next door is gonna have some hours for me. Pizza. It's fucking freezing. I don't know how much a passport is. I think it's $90. That's nice. Yeah. I used to DoorDash in Burlington. And then I would use the money. I'd work like 3 days, save up $60. That didn't go to gas. And I'd take the 60 and I would just drive around looking for a better town that I could set up in, looking for like a welcoming place. And they weren't very kind. Like a lot of places, they would, like in Morrisville, they ripped my car door open and accused me of being a drug dealer and told me I'm not welcome in town. They said that I was sitting in McDonald's eating a Big Mac, and the cop said that 4 different people called the cops on me, just sitting in my car eating a Big Mac, watching YouTube videos. But one time, I didn't make it all the way back to Burlington. I was in Milton, which is like 15 miles north, and I was out of gas. I couldn't get anywhere, so I waited at the gas station and buckled down and asked for help. And a Navy SEAL filled my tank up for like $85. That was really nice. Sometimes, like, if I was like at a park and ride, people, sometimes, like, one lady showed up with a bag of grapes and $20. That was really nice. Usually I would just wait until nighttime and I would go to the Dunkin' Donuts and I would grab a bunch of donuts out of the dumpster and I'd eat those. I never really had luck. I never had luck like going to restaurants. They didn't help. But in Burlington sometimes, hold on, let me find my thought. Sometimes people would chuck their burgers on the ground and I would eat half of the burger. And I'd get really sick sometimes, but it was fine. Like Chinese food, frozen Chinese food in the middle of winter in the dumpster. That was a steal, but it was mainly just pizza crust. Like, I was eating like a lot of these. And then like the rich kids that would go to the skate park would just chuck their trash. So there was a lot of crumbs in the chip bags that I would put them all into one chip bag. And then when I was hungry, I would take like a pinch and I'd let it sit on my tongue to taste the salt. No diddy. And then Heather would send me money sometimes and I'd go get McDonald's. I said bags of chips, the crumbs in the bag of chips from the rich kids, I would pour into one bag and then I would take pinches for the taste. And then one of Heather, who's on the channel, her family, her and Brian, would send me money. And they still send me money. She sent me $30, which that with the $10 Uncle Will sent was going towards phone service. That's alright. I'm fucking freezing. I've accrued a lot of stains on this. I might wash it in the, let's do that. Let's take my hoodie to make sure that my long underwear that's too small is zipped. Cool. Then take my hoodie and we're gonna wash, because when it's cold and I have to blow my nose, I just blow my nose into the hoodie. So I've got a lot of stains from only snot, I swear. I have big dreams though. If I don't make it, everyone was right. All the people that have been talking shit about me for years in my hometown, for like 2 decades. They called me Crazy Casey in school. If I don't get buff, release my songs, make money, have a creative, excel creatively and become respected for what I create, if I don't have a dog and a life and a property and spend my life happy, then I'm not a genius. I'm just a schizo. So I have to. Next thing you know. Nasty habit, yeah. No, I should just, when I go to I'll take some of this paper towels. I do need toilet paper, because I left all of my toilet paper at Mr. Crow's, and I figured out he fucking stole my belt, which sucks. It fucking sucks. Sal says biodegradable cleaner. I use soap. Hey, look, I accidentally used number 33. In the past, I would have 2 hoodies, and I would have one hoodie to wear, and then another hoodie to blow my nose into. I think 12 minutes should be fine. I've gained a lot of weight. I've gotten kind of fucking fat, man. I got a shoulder injury, so I haven't. Yeah. Yeah, just every now and then I buy one of these, so they profit. I want to start going on long walks, because I'm probably going to have to do physical therapy for this shoulder. If I want to get back in the gym. Because it's been 6 months and it still hurts. When I try to do push-ups, it still hurts. But I bet if I start stretching and get enough protein, it should be fine. Like once I can get a car and get a gym membership and use the foam rollers and do actual physical therapy, I think it's not that bad. Cool. Just that I couldn't exercise because I had an injury. That's all it is. Like, I really don't do much. And depression. I'm like this close to suicide pretty much every day. Like the only reason I'm not dead is because it doesn't work. That's like, I think when I was 7, I tried to kill myself, and then I jumped off a bridge when I was 11. And then I used to cut myself a lot when I was 16. And then 19, I drove my car 90 miles an hour into a bridge. And then a couple months later, I took every pill in the medicine cabinet at my girlfriend's grandmother's house, and I died in her bed. And I made it. And then I hung myself like a month and a half later. Like really hung myself. And the guy found me. And I think I didn't into a telephone pole. My fault. Yeah, you can't actually, it doesn't work like that. You can't like do sit-ups to target the fat on your stomach. It'll actually push out the fat because you're strengthening your abs. It's better to just do compound lifts like bench and squat, deadlifts, pull-ups, dips, bent over rows, stuff that uses a lot of muscles at once. And then all you have to do is stay in a caloric deficit, which means you're eating enough protein, like 200 grams of protein a day, which is like a dozen eggs and a pound and a half of chicken, roughly, with a protein shake, like with a scoop of protein powder and creatine, with milk. That should get you there. And then because there's not all of those don't have a lot of carbs or fat, you're in a caloric deficit, so you're taking in less than you're expending, which means that that extra stuff healthily comes from your fat. If you just try to starve yourself, your body goes into, it does go into ketosis, which is really healthy, but you don't have enough intake to have it rapidly go. It thinks you're in survival mode, so it eats it very slowly. If you take in a lot of food that just doesn't have a lot of carbs or fats, just like protein dense food, you strip the weight pretty fast. Yeah, starving yourself, it puts your body into survival mode, which means that it's the slowest way to ever lose fat, because your body thinks you're going to need it for a long time, so it gets efficient. It's better to keep the same, find your maintenance, which is what you eat in a week and you don't gain or lose any weight, and then you go like 15% below your maintenance, and you can train consistently. You'll lose some muscle, but you mainly lose fat because you're consuming more protein, because a gram of protein is 4 calories, a gram of carbs is 4 calories, and a gram of fat is 5 calories, I think. So when you replace your carbs and fats with protein, you maintain the muscle, but there's a deficit in those two, which means that it takes from your fat stores, and you'll gain, like, there's nobody here that's a bodybuilder. You'll gain a lot of muscle. Like, it's been like 8 years since I did any bodybuilding, so I'm basically back at I'm like below beginner stages at this point. Yeah. Now, Rad Chad said starving yourself is the worst way to lose weight. I was saying that sit-ups don't target fat. Like if you had like a lot of fat, like the way fat distributes on your body, if you just naturally have like a larger fat distribution to your upper body and your arms, let's say you had like for some reason big arms or big legs, you didn't like that, there's no way you could do like bicep curls to get the fat off, is what I'm saying. It just doesn't work. Like a lot of people say that doing sit-ups gets rid of your fat. Like if you do like the side curls, it'll get rid of your love handles. That was like a big thing back in the day, and it's just not true. It ends up pushing the fat out, so you look worse. But if you do like big heavy compound movements like squats, bench press, overhead, shoulder press, dumbbell rows, pull-ups, and cardio, that's everything but your abs, but coincidentally you'll lose more fat that way, is what I was saying. I can't do it because I don't have access to a gym. I'm extremely depressed. Even if I did have the motivation, there's nothing to do. And I don't have access to the necessary protein anyway. I'm literally not eating enough to gain muscle. It really sucks, but it's actually like if you don't have enough protein to build muscle, every time you work out consistently, you're actually atrophying. Like even if I did get a gym membership, if I'm only consuming 2 Gatorade bars a day, my muscles aren't going to grow. They might grow for the time being, but then as soon as I take a rest day, it actually gets worse because it can't repair the tissue you damaged, so it stays weak. You have to get 200 grams of protein. I weigh about 190, so I need about 200 grams of protein a day. I know an egg has 8 grams of protein. I think a pounded chicken breast, or like one chicken breast might have 15 grams of protein. So that's 10 eggs and 10 chicken breasts a day. Or 10 eggs and, let's say, a pound of chicken a day. And then I won't get huge gains, but I'll still it'll make a change. I'll still have enough to start growing. At least I'll look more normal, is what I'm saying, man. I really want to get in the gym, but I don't want to be around people at all. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of feeling like I'm trapped in a matrix and I'm fighting people for power. And even if I ignore them, there's some special power about my inspiration or something that draws them to me like flies, and they try to consume my energy. When I go to the gym, they flock me. Guys, not girls, they flock me. And they start like grunting and they get competitive and excessive. And it's either that they have insecurities, and I might, I used to look different. Like I had short hair, chiseled jawline, big muscles. So they could have been like feeling like they needed to prove themselves to me or something. But inside I'm a very, very, very traumatized person. So I could not take it, because it's a problem I can't solve. Because at the end, like, no matter with that competition right there, the only thing you can do is either stoop to their level and pull some sneaky shit in social games, or kill them. If you come at me and you try me, the end of the road for this interaction is one of us dies. Or else we'll just be back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And I don't want to spend my time thinking about that, but now that I've been traumatized because of people that think like that, it sort of forced my hand and forced my mind. So I need a gym in an empty space. So I'm hoping, I don't know, maybe I could get in touch with this property owner, because that is there's an abandoned warehouse space right next to this. How cool would it be to move in for 3 months, or even just 2 months? Move in a camper in there, get a truck, go down to Brattleboro to my family and get my bench press, my punching bag, my pull-up and dip bar from there, all my stuff, keep it safe and locked in the camper, and then I can work out and live stream. That'd be cool. Would you guys buy merch if I sold a shirt? I'm trying to find someone with an embroidery machine. If I sold like black t-shirts, and I'd buy the shirt for $7, maybe. The embroidery machine might cost $3, so I'd spend $10, and it would be like a way to donate, so I'd sell it for like $50, and then, but that $40 for the shirt, maybe that would cover that'd probably cover shipping too, so I'd make like $36. So really I would only be profiting $26 a shirt. What I would, all that money would be saved. What would I do in exchange for the warehouse space? It's just sitting there. Nothing's in there. So I would pay him $100 a month. I would sweep and mop it. I would clean the walls. If he wants to buy drywall, I know how to install drywall now. I don't have a drill or anything, but I know someone that does here at Chandler. So I could replace, if he has broken down walls, I could replace the insulation and put new drywall up. I know how to do drywall now. The only thing I'm questioning, because I know how to cut the drywall now with an X-Acto knife. Not an X-Acto knife, whatever the carpenter's knife is that you pop out. I know how to cut the drywall. I know a squared plus b squared equals c squared. So I know how to do the angle of if there's like a roof segment or an angle, I know how to do the angle to find the right way to patch it. It might take me a couple tries to get it right. And I would also need that whatever they call that the grater, like it looks like a cheese grater, that the drywall rub to flatten it out, smooth it down. But then I know where to drill. I know that studs, when you open the tape measure, there's markings on every tape measure that is the different spacings. I think it's like 12, 16, 18 and a half. That the industry standard for framing is, so that's how you find studs in the drywall. So I would just mark the drywall there where the studs are, and then screw the drywall into the thing. And I know not to press too hard, because you just want to bend the paper. You don't want to break the paper, because the paper is what's holding the mud in place. And then I'd take I don't know how to get I didn't get to that part yet where you get the mud. I don't know how to find the wet drywall. I don't know how to get wet drywall. But I know that you take like a scraper and you put some onto the scraper and you just run it along in between the drywall boards, and then the insulation is inside, and then you do it down the corners. I know how to do that. I don't know how to frame. I know the correct spacing for the frame, depending on how you do it. So I could potentially frame. I don't know what screws to use. I don't know. Sometimes I see that they put 2 boards on top of each other and they double the boards. I don't know when to use that or why. I'm assuming that if it's like you have a heavy load you need to bear, that's when you would double space it. But I don't know how you should screw them together. I know that sometimes you should screw directly down and sometimes you should screw at an angle so that the board wants to go into each other instead of out. But I don't know the right way to use that. I know how to use the table saw. I know how the measurements work on the table saw. I know how to do drywall patches. I just don't know how to apply the mud or where to get the mud. But I know that you measure 1.5 inches off the hole. So you measure the hole and then you add 1.5 inches, then you cut that 1.5 to 2 inches bigger than the hole. Then you put the measurements of the hole into that 1.5 inch square bigger. Then you draw it. Then you take the carpenter's knife and you just cut the paper. You cut around the hole, and then you don't break the paper on the outside of the drywall. But on the inside of the drywall, you pop it out without damaging the outside paper, and then you just peel it off so the paper, there's still 1.5 inches. You have 1.5 inches around the hole, then you can put you usually will have to sand it down to get it to fit, so it's loose, and you keep it a little bit loose, so that when you put mud on the inside of the paper, it pushes into the hole. And then you put it, spread the paper so it's thin and nice, scrape it, and then I don't know what to do next, but I'm assuming that you take the mud and you scrape the mud over the patch. I know how to patch drywall. I know how to screw the drywall in. I wouldn't take a job installing somebody else's drywall, but I could probably set it up in a building I make, or if that guy doesn't care and he's fine with me kind of figuring it out for free, I could do that. I'm mainly looking for bricks or a wood stove or a wheelbarrow, because if I can get a wheelbarrow, then I can find a bunch of rocks somewhere and I can carry the rocks back and I can build a little fireplace, and then I can start having fires at night. But then I have to spend my days freezing, walking around, chopping down frozen trees with my machete, and then hauling all the wood and burning it. And I don't know. Fuck! This wasn't charging. Seven hours. A full charge on my phone is about 6% of this Anker. So I have 5 days worth of charges, but I want to charge it at least to 50. Oh, my hoodie might be done. That person's got some money, because she drives a nice new truck and she has custom seats. How are the stains? They are pretty much gone, but it's still wet. So we're gonna throw it in for, we're gonna spread it out this time. Do I drink water? No. When I was in the cabin, I did. Because I would get gallons of water and I would put water flavoring in there. I mainly drink energy drinks. And I've started drinking soda and getting pretty fucking fat, if you ask me. I've been binge eating like a motherfucker. Because I had to eat all the food in the cabin. And then there was a really good deal on chips. Probably because the government, probably because food stamps were canceled. So they had a huge excess of chips. So they brought it down from $7 to $3. So I bought a lot of them. And I ate I ate 4 big bags of chips. I had a whole bag of party-size Smart Food. I had a whole bag of party-size Cool Ranch. I had a whole bag of Buffalo Cheez-Its. I had a whole bag of jalapeno Cheetos and regular Cheetos. And I had like 5 or 6 Gatorade protein bars, so I feel like shit right now. Oh, look. Wood stove for $100, their best offer. 6-string country flat top Fender with case, $85. Power stools, Mikta plus power cable, power saw, drill, Dremel router, chop saw, $40 each. That sounds like everything I need. That sounds like this is probably power tools, not power stools. Especially because he's selling a 6-string country guitar too. This is probably the answer to my prayers. And I could probably put them in a... Also, I told you guys about how Ken is significant. Like how Ken is one of these reoccurring names all the time. We have Kenneth, who does the local rideshare, and then under that we have Kenny. Kenny does odd jobs, interior and exterior painting, carpentry, lawn care, weed whacking, brush cleaning, snow shoveling. And he has a card here. 12 Randolph Ave. I have to go to 12 Randolph Ave to get to where I live. Maybe he might... That seems like a guy that does not have enough money to pay for an employee. Something tells me that guy does not have enough money to pay me. But maybe Kenny can take me to a couple things and show me like regular jobs that people might need. Now that Mr. Corbett has entered psychosis. Crazy Mr. Crow. Also, crazy black cat. I need a car. I need an SUV that's warm, so I can get to the gym. I'm fucking freezing. Yeah. No. The guy said he would bulldoze the cabin to make me leave for winter. So I just said fuck it. And I left a lot of my stuff there that's really important to me, but I took most of it. And then I went down to figure out what I'm going to do next. Was going to walk into the homeless program. Then I heard a guy cry out in pain. So I went and I heard power tools being run, so I was like, okay, maybe this guy needs help or something. Maybe he, or at least, you know, just tell him my situation and see what he knows. Meet the guy. And the guy said that immediately offered to help. Seemed like a cool guy. He told me he thanked nature because his hip had given out and he has sciatica and he needed help because he had to winterize that place he had just started renting. So I show up the next day, so he said he thanked nature. So stay with him for a week. He says he's going to pay me $15 an hour. I help him haul things. We took out drywall and put in more drywall. I helped him build window frames. I cleaned his bathroom. I shop vac. I caulked all the windows. I did things that he wouldn't be able to do because his hip would give out and he'd freak out. Because he was trying acupuncture, he was trying different medications. He could only work for like 10 minutes and then he'd have to sit down for 30 minutes. But the third day, he took me to get breakfast. There's a family of 5 sitting next to us. They're like 5 years old. And he starts to like really get into how much he wants to fuck Phoebe from Friends. And the kids are looking at him and the mom is like trying not to look at him. And he's loving it. He's loving the attention he's getting from the kids that are listening to him talk about how much he wants to fuck Phoebe from Friends. I didn't like that. It was either that day or the next day. For about 6 hours straight, he kept calling me babe. Like he got like weirdly like manic. And every single sentence he would call me babe. And he would kind of lunge at me a little bit, like, that's right, babe. Keep going, babe. Yeah, I love it, babe. Come on. And I'm like trying to drill a nail into the wall, drill a screw into the drywall. And he's like really getting into it and like getting really close to me. And he did that for a while. And then I ignored it. He just kind of got worse and worse and worse, weirder. And I just like lost. I just like gave up. So I was like a dog, basically. Like the energy and presence was pissing him off. So I like just like reclused. And I felt like he was harvesting my energy, and he knew what was happening. He would like then when he was getting the power from me, I guess, then he would start to bring me around town and like show me off, I guess. I was helping him, but it was like just weird. Like he wouldn't introduce me to like the people at the store, but he really wanted them to see that he wasn't alone, but they wouldn't talk to me either. One guy called me stupid. He was like, so this guy's the brains, but he can't work, and you're the brawn, but you can't think, huh? Weak mind, strong body type thing, right? And I just ignored the guy. And then my boss went, well, he's not weak. But I just ignored the guy. Can't kill him. I can't just like stab him in the neck. So, what's the point? It's just a waste of energy. So, but then he started to get more domineering, I guess. Like he would start running up to me, like getting real close, and saying some shit really quickly and then stomping away. He would start like, I left my lighter in his chair, in his cup holder, and he went, is this your lighter in my fucking chair? And he threw it at me. And that was because eventually, after I worked with him for a week, so I did work about 35 hours. He did say he was going to pay me $15 an hour. I get we're not on a construction site. I get I'm not working very quickly. I don't know what I'm doing. He gave me $80. So I said, like, you did say you were going to pay me 15. I worked 35 hours. $80. So he didn't want to at first. He said, I mean, because you're warm. You're here all day and you're warm, so that we'll consider that room and board. And I was like, I said it like 5 times now, but I said, would you pay me more if I was cold? What is this elf woman? What are you doing? It's creepy. She's not laughing. Stop. What in the Truman Show? What in the weird cartoon? Yeah, she's not talking to anybody either. That's how they fight back against your energy. That's her dominating the space. The same way that I was describing how Mr. Corbett would start stomping around yelling. That's why she's stomping around giggling. Talking to nobody. No headphones in. Not on her phone or anything. It's just something I've noticed white people do. It's a way of taking energy. Like how when birds will chirp, it's like birds chirping. That's why if you like go to a place like Connecticut, Elon Musk just posted massive fraud. And I don't feel like I don't think that's aimed at me. I think that's aimed at these people. Fake. What I was saying is that usually when I see like a group of old white people, the guy will say something that's really not funny, but it's not about being funny. It's just like socially acceptable way to get everybody to scream. And then with that, they're pulling the attention and energy away from everybody else. But it's under the guise of like the bad joke you see on Friends and then the laugh track. That's what it is. So that's what she was doing. She was... I told you I have some resonant energy that I can't see. So when she came in here and she went, ah, now I feel like there's a pull, and like I start to feel confused. Like something happened I can't see. And that's why she would start giggling when I would extend my focus, like, what are you doing? And then she'd go more. It's a cultural thing. But it's spiritual. And that's a true fact. It's a true thing. That's what it's like to live on the spiritual front lines, fam. In colonialist society. What was I saying? I was talking about Mr. Crow doing what she was doing, actually. Literally. How when I would just be there, the same way she walked in going, ha 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 ha, he would walk down going, and stomping. And throwing shit. And then eventually it became sexual. It became that he liked how he felt when he would get near me and he would yell because I would get scared. And he would harvest my energy during Scorpio season. And then when he would take it from me, he'd stomp right above my head because my bed was under the stairs. So he'd stomp on the stairs above my head, and then he'd go up there and smoke weed. And then when he'd smoke weed, he would steal all of it. And I would be like, I don't know what to do. I can't kill him. It's what I say is the big part of the colonizer society is if you don't like it, leave. It's my house. That's why he was freaking out. Is this your lighter in my chair? It was, I'm going to dominate you and harvest your sexual energy and jerk off upstairs. And think about making men's underwear. And if you don't like it, you can fucking leave. And his name is Mr. Crow. His name is Mr. Crow, and he's born December 11th. I'm born December 11th. His company is called the Emerald Isle Company. After Ireland. But he's French. I was an indentured servant. And he wears dentures. But I'm a 33 life path, and that's over. The dark days, a 33 life path that went through the dark days with the thief lord, the guy I was living with that stole my belt and stole my shit, stole my time and my energy, and now it's a new beginning. Because this isn't real. It's a prank. The only thing that was real was how invested I was in it. But everything outside of our consciousness observing reality, and the small fraction of us that believe that we're making free will decisions, everything else is fake. It's all literally connected to an organism. Our bodies are a part of an organism that's conscious. Only the things, even this, I don't know why I suddenly want to smoke. I don't know why my body reached for a smoke when I'm talking about how our impulses are being guided by something different, something else. But that's true. It's more like we're just along for the ride. We're like playing a game. You know? But yeah, this is literally like our consciousness, my consciousness is creating this. All of this is in my head. That woman wasn't real. The more you invest in her life, the more real it becomes, because in the flower of life, her individual life, starts to enmesh with yours and the relationship you have between the two of you is real, but like this red car going left to right, that's not real. I made a decision to leave the building, and that triggered an event that would have happened regardless, but it wouldn't have affected me if I hadn't left the building. I wouldn't have seen the red car, so it wouldn't have mattered. But because I decided to go out and smoke, there's a red car going left to right. Because I started to bring attention to the simulation, we get the red car. If I didn't bring up that, I would have stared at the phone and I would not have seen the red car. That's what I'm saying. So why don't we all just get together and buy 100 acres? Blue car. Rare blue car at the thought of buying 100 acres. None of us probably have any money, right? That's a big problem that I can't solve. I don't know how to fix that. I don't know how to get you guys $20,000. Maybe the people that donated me some money, maybe those guys, like Heather and Brian down in West Virginia, and maybe I could definitely get them a solar panel or two, and maybe I could work out something where they go out to homesteads and sell solar panels from my manufacturer up here, and we ship this. We do a partnership where when I go down there and visit, in my truck I load up 15 to 20 solar panels, and I go around and try to sell them to homesteads and install them on site and get some commission from that, and teach Heather and Brian how to do that, get them in touch with a local thing, and then they could do some advertisements and do that. I also wanted Heather to turn the garage into a gym for the boys, and Brian, because they're earth signs, so they're gonna really love work. Once they get into it, they're really gonna love sports and working out because they're earth signs. And I wanted to get them a sewing machine and embroidery machine and set them up a Shopify account so that they could sell Christian merch with like Bible verses on it and tapestries. Right? So I don't know what this guy's doing. I think he's just turning around. Nope, he's coming in. It looks like a work truck. Maybe we'll find an opportunity. Maybe they're here to kick me out. But that's what I was thinking. I think that Heather would really like that, and her name, Heather, is woven fabric. And Brian just means exalted on a hill. It means a castle. And he's a Capricorn. And my name is O'Brien, which is indicative of my Aquarius moon in the 10th house, which is Capricorn. So and I'm a Casey sun, O'Brien moon. He's a Brian son. Green. His last name means Green Mountain. So I wanted to help them because they helped me a lot. You know? And that's the best solution I found. Is microgreens, which Brian said he's starting to do. He's starting to garden which will be very helpful in the future. It's a big want and a big need for organic stuff. Then maybe get him some chickens. Maybe when I learn some more carpentry skills, I can go down there and build them, when they eventually have to tear down the house behind their house. We could build something really cool there. I just really have this need. I really feel like we need to put a retaining wall and account for possible flooding. I feel like that property that they have, it'd be really easy for a hurricane to cause a mudslide. And to like destroy their driveway with all their cars on it. I'm really worried about that. I've been worried about it for a couple years. So I really wanted to put a retaining wall. And I also felt like if there was ever like society ending or some like big issue with like government shutdown, it'd be in a more easily defensible location to replace their hillside with this really cool looking retaining wall that'll last for a long time, like 100 years. And that would secure the driveway to be able to pave and add more cool stuff in the back and really make use of the property. I thought that would be pretty cool. I don't want to overstep, but if I had a bunch of money, that's what I would do. This guy's just sitting here. Maybe he lives in the truck and he's getting Wi-Fi. But after you put the retaining wall in, framing, and now I know how to do the drywall on the inside. I don't know how to do siding on the outside. But my uncle is an architect, so maybe we could design a really cool house with him. I bet he just would really love some passion projects. Because when he's not an architect, he works at the drama club in the high school. And he's also a dog trainer. He's in the obedience school in Burlington. He's like I'm sure he's got some money. And that's not to take his money. It's just his lifestyle, is what I'm saying. I bet he would really enjoy, actually, some passion projects. Cold as fuck. Red hat. Howdy. What the fuck? What the fuck? What in the gang stalking? What in the nothing is real is going on? That guy's wearing Irish clothes. That guy's wearing medieval Irish garb. And the same green and red colors I was trying to sell in my clothing. He is literally wearing the thing I wanted to design and wear myself. In the same color scheme. I feel like I'm gonna puke. It's cold, man. So yeah. I don't know how much a retaining wall would cost. They're telling me $100,000. But I have to get it surveyed and see, like, would hurricanes actually erode that hillside because there's not enough trees to like aggregate the soil? And would it be the house is on a hill, so you're gonna need a driveway. If the driveway goes because the ground erodes, because I don't know. To me, it seems like hurricanes are getting worse. The $100,000 could be maybe I'm gonna get blessed or win the lottery or something. Hopefully. One time I made that GoFundMe and the goal was $150,000. And then the tarot reader, that the next day, God said $150,000. How about $1 million? I'll give you. So fingers crossed. Saturn return is next year. It's 444 on the timer. So for people that hurt people a lot and they accrued a lot of karma, when Saturn hits next year and everything turns dark green because of Capricorn's influence, we have like Doctor Doom coming. You're gonna find the color scheme is gonna go from red and yellow to green, and dark red. People are gonna be getting a lot of their karma. This guy looks like Ethan. It's literally identical to Ethan, the guy that was in the chat earlier. God, I hope it's not. My hoodie's dry. I want my phone to hit 100%. It's at 55. And then this, hopefully I can get it to like 50%. It's at 35. 6 hours left on it. It is 1 in the morning. I might as well push it till the morning. Where did Ethan go? Spirit circle. It was pretty cool that the same exact time that I was learning how to drywall, Will Survives was learning how to drywall. The same day that I was putting in the drywall and learning the same stuff, Will was recording a video of Nate teaching him how to do exactly what I was doing. Time. It's like the big dreams I have that don't work out, they tend to manifest as like entire stories of characters on YouTube. Like every time I really want to do something and it doesn't work out, somebody sprouts up from the ground and becomes worldly famous. Like I wanted to take my cousin Jesse and I wanted to travel and build a house and work on music. And Will Survives with his friend Jesse. Right after I fell out with my cousin Jesse, Will Survives and Jesse spawned and then became worldly famous for doing exactly what I wanted to do with my cousin Jesse. Literally. Like I created it and then it left. I lost it and became like sad and empty. And then the embodiment of my manifestation was bestowed upon somebody else, just like Kai Cenat, Kendrick Curry, Kurt Cass, Cassius Culpepper. Even when the Kansas City Chiefs didn't work, or the Kansas City Chiefs won the Super Bowl, my kingdom of creative champions fell through. It's like I'm making things, and I don't get to live it, but I get to see it on my screen, and my name means vigilant, so I'm watching. Which is tough, but it means that I can do a lot more than just one specific thing. It means I can see it all, and my gift is to be able to really see it for how it is. Exalted, like my last name means. Placed away. And I get to see my tree grow as the 33 life path. That's the gift. And then what am I doing with the perfect life? On the ground suffering, fighting alone. simply, like the golden spiral, the most complex, perfect life lived simply, which is like getting up and going to the store, and like the interpersonal relationships with Casey, Ray, Vincent, Alex, Gary, in cycles over and over and over again. In that story, the fruits come through in like the show Loki, where Loki, Gary, and Casey and OB get together to defeat Casey, Kang the Conqueror, until Loki becomes the Tree of Life or the Acacia, or the Casey. And then my ex, whose nickname was Gary, she had a brother named Leo. She was a Libra, and she had a dog named Loki. My dad, Gary, is a Leo Sun, Libra Moon. Call Me Carson goes by Gary. That's his screen name. And he has a developer named Code Husky, just like Gary had a husky. And Code Husky's real name is Loki. Steven Wilson Jr. just dropped a song called Gary. The first episode of Shameless I ever saw was when Casey Kasdan, so CC33, Casey gets separated from his father, Gary. My dad's name is Gary. And Debbie takes Casey, and he goes and lives with the Shameless family for a day, and then they bring him back to Gary. And there's a lot more than just that. Like, it gets vivid and intricate, but it's the same stuff. You can find the common denominator in all of it. So I think I need to move to Hawaii. My dad lived there for 10 years. I feel like I'm supposed to go. Somebody sent me a video of me when I was 17, and I was wearing a Hawaiian shirt, and he was like taking a video of me to send to a girl, because she was like, "Who's that guy?" And he was like, my friend was like, "Hey, my friend thinks you're cute." And I was like, "Which friend?" And then I got onto his bed, and I was like, "I'm having a luau later. You want to come to my luau?" And then every year, I don't really wear the same clothes, but people usually give me Hawaiian shirts, or I'll find a shirt that says Aloha on it, or I'll find this year I found a Hawaiian shirt, then somebody gave me a plaque that says Ohana means family, and then I made a song called Hawaii without even realizing the importance about moving to Hawaii. And then like the next day, somebody got on the bus and sat behind me and was like, "Have you ever thought about moving to Hawaii?" I was like, "Well, now that you mention it, yeah." And then opened up a live stream 2 days ago, and the guy was doing a tarot reading, and he pulled out the 33 and the Tree of Life, and then his girlfriend starts talking about tacos, and he's like, "We should have Hawaiian tacos." So I think that's the next step. Oh, and then today I opened up a video because it was 2 minutes, 26 minutes, which is 1 and 1 from 11 is 2, and then 3 and 3 from 33 is 6, so it was 26. So I clicked it and I was like, okay, let's look for something else. And the first comment is somebody talking about Hawaii. Just over and over and over and over and over again. So that feels important to me. It's just how to have faith and be patient and enjoy what is here so I don't regret it when I'm there, wherever that is. That's really important. I'm gonna be here 63%. Try to get it to 50 at least. 3 hours. Am I missing comments? No. True. True. I think they should take food stamps away. And I'm on food stamps. I think a lot of people would be better off if they had to work at Dollar General. I think it would actually save their lives. Like, if my parents, my mom, my aunt, my dad are all on food stamps, if they had to work at a Dollar General 8 hours a day, it would make a huge difference in their life for the better. It would be a net positive. My mom would actually talk to people. She would actually be active. She'd be doing things. She would lose a lot of weight. She would finally go outside and leave her apartment and not spend 18 hours a day staring at a screen, entering psychosis and screaming at people on Facebook. Driving herself into psychosis and attacking people. Literally attacking people. My dad ran out of his apartment and tased somebody once. If they had to just sit at the Dollar General and sit at a register or sit at the gas station and just check out stuff and small talk, they would have enough money to do everything they wanted to do in life that they can't do because they're on benefits. They'd get out of survival mode. And they would actually start enjoying their life. They would get a car. They could drive the car. They could go on hikes. They could go to the lake. They could go to bars. They could go to events. They could actually do something with themselves. Most of their mental illness would disappear. I was different. I had a brain injury. I could not function. I tried to work. I had 3 different jobs in 6 months. And I would go there and my wires would get crossed and I couldn't think right. And I would have a panic attack trying to like scoop mac and cheese into the person's bowl and then hand them the mac and cheese. And my body and brain just couldn't work. I had to. But I walked 10 miles on the track every day. I did like transcendental meditation every single day for hours. I would sit and make music. I would have sleep paralysis that would last for 16 hours a day, where I'd wake up and I couldn't move for like 12 hours. I'm just stuck there and I can't move. But then I started walking 10 miles on the track. I started talking to people at the gas station to practice. I started hiking. Every morning I went and hiked up a mountain every morning, listening to my music and creating. I really tried. I don't know what you're saying nope for. Yeah, but we don't have that. We could do universal health care. We could do free health care right now, where you never have to pay for a medication again. You could change the diet of the American people to organic, healthy stuff very quickly. It's just, there's an agenda from BlackRock who worship Saturn. It's right there. In BlackRock. I don't think they're even real. Yeah, but I wouldn't call it food stamps or anything. That's just a responsibility the country has. And I think that it is being abused. But I also think that we don't need to have to pay for anything anymore. Humanity is at a point where we can just produce what we need, and it could be given out in a way that is not like soup. We don't have to just eat soup to survive. We're at a point where we are producing enough for the entire population of America to be able to eat. That's why most of our goods, like corn and all the things that you see in the fields when you drive through the country, most of those are being shipped overseas. They're how the country is generating most of our income is manufacturing and farming. They're not freeloaders taking advantage of the government. We have enough food for everybody. It's just that BlackRock has an agenda to destroy our gut microbiome, to slowly let us be infiltrated by an artificial intelligence. Because they worship Saturn, and they commune with an extra-dimensional entity that needs vessels. They see us as cattle, so they destroy us to make us easy to control. And I think that they pawn off our vessel to extra-dimensional beings that use us like Sims characters to be able to go on an amusement park ride of the human experience. So, we have distractions to keep us from the truth. They're delaying the age of Aquarius to hold their power. I'm just saying that if my family got their food stamps cut, it would be an amazing help for them. It would change their life, and they would live a meaningful life and enjoy it. If they had to go spend 8 hours a week, or 20 hours a week, 3 days a week working 8-hour shifts, or 5-hour shifts or something, 25 hours a week, hanging out, sweeping the fucking grocery store, or the Dollar General, the dollar store, they would add 10 years to their life, because my family is dying from eating too much with their food stamps. My family is dying from obesity because they're eating too much fucking food with their food stamps. It would seriously help them. So I do think that they should cut food stamps. If you have legitimate disability, yeah, you should get food stamps. Everybody should have a food card. Everybody should technically have $100 a month in food stamps. Everybody. Every single American citizen should have access to $100 in food and food stamps, and the country should be built on Ho'oponopono, where when people come into the country and they don't have access to the $100 in food stamps because they're not citizens, it should be that you take that $100 in food stamps and everyone throws a cookout and everybody's invited. It should be that everybody has projects they need help with, and they're generating enough income to be able to pay for those projects. There shouldn't be wealth disparages and inequality. Greed shouldn't exist. But when I see these suburban high schoolers, which are Vermont middle class, which means their dad has a truck and they can have a truck in high school, they're the biggest pieces of shit I've seen in my goddamn life. These people, these 17-year-olds that came from privilege, they're psychopaths, they're violent, they want to hurt people. As soon as they live a comfortable life, all they can think about is social and sexual dominance. And all they do is just compete all day. And they take out their frustrations on the lower classes. They vandalize, they attack homeless people, they kill homeless people here. Groups of high schoolers killed somebody at City Hall Park. They just got together, went downtown, found the first homeless guy, and they beat him to death. And they were all rich kids. So, like, I know that it's hard to build a society because if you don't make them suffer, they'll never know humility and empathy. Until our consciousness evolves and the world evolves to a point where those frequencies aren't allowed. That guy's been in there for like 20 minutes. Are you doing a sexual transmutation ritual off my energy? When did that happen? The kids at City Hall Park, it happened like 3 months ago. Look up Burlington kids kill homeless guy at City Hall Park. There was also a group of kids that would go around Barrie and they were beating homeless people with bats. There was a girl named Fern Feather who was trans from my hometown Brattleboro that was traveling homeless through Morrisville, and some guy offered her a ride, kidnapped her, raped her, killed her with his friends, called his cop buddy. The cop buddy fudged the arrest so that they couldn't be prosecuted. So he pled guilty. Buddy, got some toilet paper on your boot. Fuck him. Fuck him. He looks identical to schemy, slimy, smelly Ethan. And he's wearing the same LARPing clothes that you would see Ethan wearing. But yeah, they raped and killed Fern Feather and then pled guilty to it, knowing that their friend who's a cop would fudge the arrest so they couldn't prosecute. So they said, yeah, I'm gonna do it and fuck you. And they tried to do it with me. They told me if I stayed there that they would feed me to pigs. So I stayed there for 5 months. And I tried to record everything they did to me. You know, that's mainly what the YouTube channel is for. You heard? The YouTube channel was for that. It was because the cops wouldn't stop hurting me. And they thought they could get away with it. So I got to 50 subscribers so I could go live if they tried to kill me again. That's all this channel really was. Before that, it was just like throwing shit out there whenever I felt like it. Because I wanted a digital legacy. I didn't want to die. I knew my life had been put in danger so many times. I didn't want to die with nothing. So I wanted to put something out into the universe before I eventually died in homelessness. Because people were trying, I had fought for my life 4 or 5 times by the time I dropped How to Save Your Life, the first one. I was jumped 3 times. And I had survived 3 winters by then. This is my, 2021 I didn't have heat. So 2021 I didn't have heat and I was in my apartment curled up with my cat next to the stove feeding my cat cereal. and then I would go hunting for cans outside at nighttime because I would have panic attacks when there was too many people around. And then I would go hunt for cans, and I'd find like beans, and I wouldn't eat, but I would feed my cat warm beans. My cat was never hungry, but he wasn't eating the food he liked. And of course, I went to the food shelf and got him treats and stuff, and my mom would show up with care packages for him. So he wasn't starving. He was cold, but he was wrapped. I raised him like a son. So I would sleep like this next to the heater, or next to the stove, and he would be right here. And we would sleep like this, and I would be cold, but he wouldn't be cold. And then my neighbor would call the police for noise complaints because he was mad at an idea in his head. He thought I was a punk kid, that he wanted to get evicted. So then I became homeless. And I traveled, made it, and then from then it's been 3 years. It'll be 4 years in February. I've been out here. I've been in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, not counting police, I've been jumped 11 times. I started winning around the 4th time. 6, 7. Yeah, around the 4th time I started winning. Because the first times I was out of my mind, like brain damaged. So the guy would run at me, and I was just so delayed, like I couldn't process quick enough. So by the time I could have even, like I was taller than him, I was stronger than him, but he had gotten to me before I could do anything, and all I could do was be like, what the fuck? And I'm like trying to hold him there and push him off. But I didn't know about like dominance or focus or anything, so he had gotten me. Then the next time, that guy brought his uncle, who was like, that guy was like 150 pounds, I was like 160. His uncle was like 250 fat. So his uncle showed up and fucking floored me on the ground, screaming and beating my head in. And my friend Nate is just standing there. The guy that said he stole my energy to grow his dick like a tree trunk and be cool because I was just my energy was just laying around my house and I wasn't doing anything with it, so he was stealing it to try to fuck girls. That guy just fucking stood there and watched. As a guy beat my head in. But then yeah, you could say I won the 3rd one. Little Mexican girl came to my motel, and I was hanging out with a bunch of vice lords that had just gotten out of jail. And I carried this heavy ass poker table from the woods, and I set it up outside the motel because I drove my car through the border, outdrove the cops, and I lived in Montreal for a month. And you can't get phone service out there. They won't let you DoorDash when you're out there. So I ran out of gas in Montreal at the Walmart in Brossard, and I was just stuck. There was nothing I could do. I was just going around in circles in the Walmart parking lot, charging my device at the McDonald's, stealing cheese curds from the gas station, and then getting Wi-Fi at night. And then one day someone called the police on my car being there, and they found out I'm not a citizen. They tackled me, ripped me out of the car, threw me on the ground, searched my car, realized he's not a drug addict, he's not a bad person, he's probably got mental illness. And I was like, yeah, I mean, I just didn't know where to go or what to do. I was traumatized, and Planet Fitness was on the other side of the bridge, and I wanted to shower before I went to Austin, Texas. And I just decided, fuck it, I don't have enough gas to get back, but I have enough gas to get to Montreal. So I drove through the border. You did leave a gap in the concrete, so I guess maybe I helped you. So, because I was young enough, they didn't charge me or anything, they just deported me and they took my car. So I told PayPal that, I was like, I don't even have a passport. Why the fuck did all this money get spent in Canada? It must have been like a card scammer, took my card. And I texted him and said, I can't tell you because they haven't convicted the guy, but I will eventually have a case number for you, with the case number for the card scammer that stole my card. I just need the money now because they're racking up the days that my car is going to be an impound. So I need to get my car out of impound, and they gave me my $500 back that I spent. Then I swear to God, you can Google this. The Stonehelm Motel burned down while I was in it. My first night in a motel, my third night at the Stonehelm Motel, I walked around listening to Owen Cook. I walked like miles and miles around empty cornfields in April, and then I laid down, and then I woke up and the whole place was on fire. I grabbed my blanket and my shit and got out of there. The Red Cross gave us $500, and a guy named Roberto Rodriguez helped me get to the villa. So I moved to the different motel. So I'm at that motel, met a bunch of people. The guy that I met that was a vice lord that had just spent like a decade in jail, that was on probation. He was a really cool guy, actually. But I remember before I left home, I had a dream about him, that I met him that I would meet him in an abandoned house, and then I got onto this river, and I rode the river down, making music. And then a year and a half later, I meet the guy, and the Mexican girl we were like the cool kids at the homeless motel. So she would come and sit down with us and her boyfriend, who was kicking the door in and raping her. Her boyfriend would kick her door down, go in, and force sexual contact. Whether it's rape or not, it's fucking disturbing. So he showed up, and he's like shorter than me, skinny. At this point, I'm in my Timbs. I'm like 5'10". And only muscular because I've been in survival mode for so long, but I'm not working out. He shows up and starts punching me in the face, and I just pick him up and I throw him on the ground, and then he tries to get back up, and I grab his legs and rip his legs up so he falls back on his head, and I'm holding his legs above his head, and I'm like, do you want me to kick your teeth in? And he's like, let me up. So I'm like, fuck this. And I have my heel, and I'm about to just kick his teeth right into his head. And for him, he could see the boot was this close to kicking his front teeth into his brain. And in a perfect timing, saved his life. An adult, like a 40-year-old guy, tackles me into the wall, and he runs. The next day, I wake up at like noon. She is outside my door screaming at the guy, and the guy is screaming at her. So I just get up and I open the door and I'm like, just come inside. Come in. So she smiles and runs in. I close the door and lock it. He's like trying to kick the door down, slamming like, is this how blah blah? And I'm like, she don't want you, bro. She don't want you, bro. He's like, oh, that's how it is? Oh, he said, oh, word? So he took a chair and he chucked it through the window, cut me up with glass, cut her up with glass. I run out, and the adult that tackled me has pinned him to the car, and he's screaming at him. I'm like kind of in shock, still tired, but I finally get myself into go mode and I go to charge him and he sees me and takes off. And then he came back. The story is after that is that he went and got an assault rifle and he came back to kill me and everybody there. Then that night, I taught his girlfriend how to give good blowjobs. And then I felt like I was spiritually drained. I didn't like how I felt. I didn't like how I felt at all. It felt demonic, and she had a disgusting smell to her, like she had this disgusting, bad, evil energy. So I took her to the gang, took her to the Vice Lords, and I was like, hey, this is whatever her name is. And then I got on the bus, and I never went back. I got my car out of impound, and I came back a month and a half later, actually. But for a month, I lived in my car and door-dashed around Plattsburgh and got pulled over pretty much every night. But I became the second top dasher in Plattsburgh. I made like $1,500. Eventually my car, I think my grandpa had paid $900 earlier that year to fix my car up. The money went to like mostly just car repairs. And then eventually in the fall I got back to Burlington. No, actually I went to Saranac Lake for the 4th of July. And that's when I won my next fight, because there were these two old people that got in my face and pressed his stomach up to me and was like, what the fuck are you gonna do, faggot? Get the fuck out of here, get the fuck out of here, get the fuck out of here, you faggot. And I went, who's the faggot? And that's all I said, but the point was like, why are you on my dick? You're mad that I'm looking at books waiting for me to be accepted into this homeless shelter? So the guy swings. I floor him immediately, but his friend gets on me and they both got me by the arms. And I'm like, get the fuck off me, nigga! I'm freaking out. Get the fuck out. I get them both down, and then the cops rip me off him because this autistic kid lied and said that I started it. So I'm like getting all my stuff. They feel like they're so happy that they got me out by lying to the police. And I'm like, I would not hit an old man unless he hit me first. Hopefully you guys can see that. And I remember seeing that there was this dark demonic force possessing that autistic kid, and he was standing next to the police, and the police were blocking it, and I could see him literally embedding the demonic force into their back, and they would jolt and smile. And I could literally see that I had a bunch of these like golden birds attached to me. As I'm picking my stuff and carrying it out, I can see that there's this golden force, and I can see that darkness, and I can see that there's this higher level of spiritual war. But I'm just taking my stuff and putting it in my car, and then I went to go the next day. My family that I've never met, it was the 4th of July the next day, and I go to around Saranac Lake. I think I went to Lake George and I door-dashed for a little bit, and then I came back with some money. And my family owns an island in Saranac Lake, but I never met them. My dad just casually tells me, like, yeah, if you're in the area, your uncle owns an island out there with his actress, Joan Hardy, his wife, Joan Hardy, the actress. So I don't know anything about my Native American stuff, but I know that when I got there, nobody would talk to me. So I saw the island. I just stole a canoe from somebody's house, and I'm paddling out with the canoe and the long hair. So I'm paddling out, and then they see me on the canoe, and my rich white family, the Hardys, take the boat and they block me, and they have their oar, and they won't let me on, and they won't welcome me. And my uncle has his head down and won't look at me. And there's just nothing I've ever done to deserve that. I figured they're consumed by greed, and they thought, oh, his dad must have sent him because he knows that we're going to be here at the 4th. But it really is just God ordained that. I happened to have gotten the fight with that kid which forced me to have to go to Saranac Lake to the homeless shelter, the Samaritan House. And then those guys fought me, which forced me to go to the island. I was forced down the path to get there. And they wouldn't let me on the island, so I just was sad, paddled around, trying to enjoy my day because I was in immense suffering, alone, traumatized. I got jumped 3 times in like 2 weeks, and I got pulled over, and the cops would like really try to get me, keep me in fear, harvest my life force energy. Immense suffering. And the guy tried to hire me as a landscaper, and then he hit on me. And I was locked in the truck with him. So I just kind of went around in circles with the canoe and laid there, and I'm sure the family saw me just sitting there alone. But they didn't invite me up or anything. They just watched me laying out there in the canoe for hours. Clipped. Then I went back to Burlington and hooked up with a girl. And then I survived the winter by sleeping in a dryer in the laundromat. And I shit in the laundromat, and then I took out the trash. And I tried to get a job at the Planet Fitness, and they trespassed me from the Planet Fitness. So I was like, I'm not, one, you're being prejudiced. And it was a buff black guy, but he spoke like a suburban white man. He was like, yeah. So I was like, this is God, because I just got done with gang members from New York City and Chicago for 6 months. And you don't know anything about what that's like. I know pain and suffering and prejudice, and you don't. So it's really funny that you're being prejudiced to me because you think I'm a homeless junkie, and I'm trying to get a job here at night because you need work desperately, and you need help desperately, and coincidentally my car is broken down here, so I really want to better my life. And he was like, get a fucking job at McDonald's. And I was like, hey man, you're being prejudiced. That's all I can say, you're being prejudiced. I'm gonna email your franchise owner. And then I sat down and plugged my computer in, and he slammed my computer shut, kicked it out of the way, called the police and said I was violent with him. And I got trespassed in front of 200 college kids. The whole community now saw me as someone I wasn't, because an insecure man made shit up. Well, that's how I met George, who was the community action worker. And George was security the night that my dad tried to kill me when I was 14. I was on acid when I was 14 watching Cheap Trick play, and I was head dishwasher that night for 200 tables, which is like 1,000 people. And the security there that night was a guy named George, this tall Native American man, African Native American man, and white. And George was standing next to me, and he saw me. The Cheap Trick was throwing a pick and I would try to catch it, and I'm like going to grab it, and the pick is all the way over here, and I'm like trying to grab it, and they kept trying to do it, but the rich people would push me out of the way and grab the pick for themselves, and look back at me like, what the fuck are you gonna do about it? You just got conquered. I conquered you. Just like I conquered these ski slopes, right? Nice one, Ted. Let's yell at our girlfriends later. Come on, Clarissa. You have to play cornhole, or I'll find another girl. Are you ready to give it your all? And she looks over at me with the googly eyes, and I'm like, it's not my business. I'm a bum. I'm a dirty man. She's like, hi. And I'm like, howdy. Go back to suffering. Come on, Clarence. We have to conquer these ski slopes. Don't mind him, he's poor. Push me out of the way. That's what it was like. But yeah, that night, my manager, Tom, which my grandfather's name is Tom, my manager, Tom, was freaking out, running in circles, screaming in the basement. And I was like, are you okay, man? He was like, what? I was like, all right, well, I'm done with my work. Brad's not here, so I'm going to go. He's like, okay. And then I'm bringing the mop bucket out, and then Cheap Trick walks by me, and it doesn't even register in my head that that's what they are. I'm just like kind of on acid. So I get home, which is just at the foot of the mountain, like it's like a big long winding driveway to the lodge, and then the private ski resort for like the richest of the rich people in the world. At the bottom, across the street, is my house. So I just got, the shuttle took me to the bottom. I got to my dad's house, and I go in, and my dad had unscrewed the door, and he decided that night that, no, you're gonna have a relationship with your father. And I was like, Dad, it's midnight, it's 1 a.m, I have hiccups from the Mountain Dew, I'm hiccuping and I can't stop, I just want to go to bed, I don't feel safe, can you please put the door back on the hinges for tonight? And he's like, no, get the fuck out of my house. So I'm 14 on acid, and he's grabbing me by the leg, and he's trying to whip me out of the house, and I keep kicking his leg and crawling back onto the couch, and then he comes back and grabs me again and drags me out, and I kick him again, and then he's like hitting me, he grabs a hammer, and he swings it, and he stops right here, and then he goes and runs and goes to smash everything in my room. So I run in, and I just pick him up like this and drop him, and I drop him on the bed frame, and he smashes on my guitar. I think I broke his hip, or he had a bad hip that I made worse. I took my TV and my Xbox. I'm in socks, pajama bottoms, and a V-neck, and I walk a mile down. It's negative, like on top of the mountains of Vermont, it could be -20, and there was a wind, so it could have been like -40. My fingers were purple. I couldn't move them at all, and my dad is playing chicken with me, trying to hit me with the car, speeding by me, going, ah! Ah! Literally, like that, like he's possessed. Spins around and tries to hit me again, 3 times. I get down a mile to the next house, I get in, it's an old guy with cancer that can't speak. I'm trying to fix his landline, and my dad comes bursting in, screaming he's having a heart attack. I drive it back to the house, or he drives. We get back to the house, he's dying in the other room, and I call the police, and they're giving me an attitude. They're really like talking down to me and treating me like shit. And then eventually the police show up with my mom because he left her a voicemail of him dying. And then the next day my mom gave me up to the government. So I've been homeless since. It's been 11 years. It'll be 12 years this March that I've been homeless. I forgot my point. But, yeah. Oh, George was security that night. And then when I got trespassed from the Planet Fitness for being homeless, the police called George. And George is now a community action superhero. And I met him on St. George Road. And every time I met him was around St. George Road. And then after, maybe I'll put it in my book or something. I want to die. I wish I could die. It feels like demonic forces have consumed everyone I love, and they're no longer able to embody their true selves, and they've forgotten everything that they were, and they've settled into someone that they're not, and it's controlling their minds and keeping them stuck and trapped in the lower vibration, sort of like their true self can't exist, and just a tiny little speck of the control of a demonic entity is controlling everybody. And that thing, like the Mind Flayer, uses those people to taunt me, where my dad will call me screaming and crying, and my mom will lie to the police, and my friends only talk about me if it's in a negative context, and they never hit me up when they see me suffering. Hundreds of people on my Facebook know what I've been through, and for 11 years, nobody cared. But when I start to win, they come at me to attack me and beat me back down into hating myself. And when I start to lose, they laugh at me. And I'm just trying to figure out why they don't understand what they've lost. Because I could see them for who they were when I met them. I could see how they shined. I could see the true self and what they wanted to do. I could see their potential. And I feel responsible seeing them as a walking corpse, possessed by a demonic force. I look at them and I feel ashamed of myself for failing. But when I wake up, people try to rape and kill me. Cops show up and attack me. And then for weeks, I'll feel their presence in constant demonic spiritual warfare that when I start to beat back against, the crows circle me and they rape my spirit. They surround me screaming. A murder of crows. They call it a murder for a reason, because they flock together and kill me. Any spirit, like it's months and months and months of work to be functioning, and then they just eat it. And I get up every day and I do shit. I don't know anyone that could have gone through what I went through and still be functioning at the level I am, where I'm committed to working, I'm committed to getting up and doing one thing that will better my life no matter what. I never have a day where I didn't make some form of progress. Even if it's the bare minimum, like I can do one push-up. I do it. And it's not fair. It's not fair that no matter what I've done, the universe has conspired against me to parade me around in a bad light so that everybody I wanted to save sees me as a sick, disabled, schizophrenic, homeless freak when I'm smarter than they are. Why don't people respect me? I have more challenges than they have, and I have more integrity than they have. I have more wisdom and knowledge than they have. I'm a better person than they are. And I'm trying my best. But I guess the world don't owe me anything, right? And now my brother's dead. John Michael was one of the only people in my life that I cared about. Out of the thousands of people I met, I held him in high, he had a special place in my heart, for real. Because he was almost, in many ways, he was completely identical to me. He was a Sagittarius sun, Taurus moon. When we met each other, we were both wearing the same Ireland shirt, which is really cool. We were both making music. And then eventually he started smoking weed, and that brought him into psychedelics, and he thought that he was achieved a creative breakthrough in his art, and he did. But I was there to tell him over and over again that you need to wait until you're older to try that, and you need to build your foundation first so that you don't have to take these drugs and go off the deep end with it and ruin your life. Build a foundation where you have a strong sense of self, then take a little bit. That way you can identify what's you and what isn't. So you don't get lost in thought and take yourself down a rabbit hole that will take you years to recover from. And he didn't care. He blew me off like I don't know anything and I'm stupid because I'm 19 at the time and I wasn't famous. He was like, well, you're 19 and you didn't make it. You left your music school and you're in Section 8 for a brain injury. So what the fuck do you know? So he did enough drugs that he fucking destroyed himself. And then I let him live on my couch and I took care of him and brought him back. And that's what taught me self-care. I learned how to love myself, taking care of him. And I vowed to save him because when I left home, my hometown, and traveled, he became homeless at 22 and started smoking crack. So I was like, as soon as I get land, but every town that I went to, like here they wouldn't hire me because I was the outsider and they kept trying to kill me and they stole my car and they beat me in the woods and attacked me in this laundromat and I fought the guy off with a hatchet. And then Montpelier wouldn't hire me and they would talk shit and the Capitol Police would push me out of the way. But I was live streaming, and then Morrisville, they jumped me in the woods and they trespassed me from everywhere and they told me if they caught me outside at night they were going to kill me and feed me to pigs like they did to Fern Feather. And they followed me around a lot. They tried to run me off the road. They still try to run me off the road here. If I'm walking down from McDonald's, they still try to side swipe me with their mirror. So I couldn't, and then I ended up 105-degree fever, surviving through the winter. They wouldn't hire me anywhere just because I was homeless. But I was homeless because I was traveling and they stole my car. The state police took my car and sold it for money. When I called them and said, I'm going to sell it, thank you for letting me keep it at the park and ride. I had no control over that. And then when I walked all the way to Johnson, and they wouldn't hire me in Johnson, and the police said either I'm going to get arrested for being at the park, or they're at least going to take me back to Berlin and put me in the motel program. So I was like, if there's nothing else I can do, I wanted to keep going to Cambridge, then walk down to the mountain and try to find work. I wasn't a drug addict abusing the system. One, I couldn't get a job. They wouldn't hire me. And two, I didn't want to waste my life paying rent. I liked being outside. But then by the time I got back to Berlin and I was working on getting into the CDL school, live streaming every day, working out every day and fixing my life so that I could take care of John Michael. And then I go on Facebook, and then John Michael fell and hit his head on Main Street, and he was crawling for help, half conscious, and the whole town at 8 o'clock in the morning just drove by him and let him freeze to death. He crawled for help for 5 minutes, crawling on the sidewalk, bleeding from his head, and hundreds of people just drove right by him until he died. Because he had his hood up, and they assumed he was a homeless junkie getting what he deserved. And they posted about it on Facebook, laughing about him. So I didn't know what to do next. I just came back here and laid in the woods. And then they kept trying to kill me. Eventually they I went on a run. I went and jogged. I jogged down the road once for a couple miles. And that day they showed up and twisted the brakes off of my bike. And then I crashed going 60 down that hill. So I've had the shoulder injury since. You know? It's alright. Here, I'll just smoke a cigarette. It's a cool coat, man. Make sure I got my lighter. He doesn't want a small talk, which is fair. That's why he came here at 1 o'clock in the morning. But it is a cool coat. He's got like a cloak and a hood. But I don't think he's real. And he might be Jesus or an angel. It's very cold out. How long has it been muted? Did you get any of that? When did it mute? Okay. I was saying that people give me shit. The last conversation I had, the guy was like, if you don't want to better your life, I can't fucking help you. I'm not going to waste my time helping you. I'm saying, like, man, I want to work. I'm trying. When I first got here, they trespassed me from this place. Now they've hired me. I want to meet some cool musicians and play some songs. I'm just cold and I'm fat. I'm cold and fat now. So I have to walk that off. And maybe I can get a car and talk to somebody about, like, moving my gym stuff here. Save up some money and go to Hawaii for a month. That'd be pretty cool. Somebody left a skateboard here. But it's kind of too cold. I don't really want to skate around. And it'll be loud. And it's a small town. Everybody's trying to sleep. It's Sunday morning tomorrow. Let people get a good night's sleep. Everyone can go to church and have a good day. That guy's wearing the same coat and the same hood that I designed 6 months ago. That Irish looking cloak with the black layered velvet with the hood is exactly what I designed that I wanted to wear 6 months ago, no, a year ago. He's not real. Not real. But the pain is real. The sudden wave of anxiety that I'm feeling is real, coming from that guy. This descending chord progression as I feel the darkness. So I'm gonna raise back up. I'm gonna go back in. And I'm gonna charge my device, go back to my cold tent with no hand warmers, crawl into it freezing. And then when I wake up, I can't really start a fire. There's no like open space. It's all brush on the ground. If I had a fire there, it would burn everything. There's no real place to put a fire pit. I don't have a rake anymore. I don't even know if the cabin is still there. With my Johnson guitar and my throne, and my pull-up and dip bar and my 2 bikes. I don't care about your pissy attitude and your stupid social conditioning. There's no rules for life. You're allowed to play whatever song you like. I don't judge you for your cool coat, because it looks weird. I'm fucking cold and it's 2 o'clock in the morning. And I'm really depressed. If I go to Hawaii, I will not be stuck there. Because I'll have my birth certificate, and there will be a Dollar General. Or a jet ski rental place. Or a fishing boat. Or there's a lot of homesteads that need helpers out there. Or I'll have a guitar, and I'll play my music on the street. And hopefully I'll get a dog when I'm out there. But I have a plug. I know somebody who gave me her number because her husband worked at a homestead out in Hawaii, and she really, really liked it. Have you been on a fishing boat? I've been fishing on a boat. I try to have an optimistic outlook, and I'm ready to learn, and I'm an able-bodied young man. So, and it's not real. The world is not real. There will be opportunities if I wanted to go out there. Sorry. They can't keep me down, push me to the ground. I'll get up again, again, again and again. They can't keep me down, push me to the ground. I'll get up again, again and again. Whoa, oh. I'm way too high up in these no-fly zones. I get up and I do the most. Who the fuck you know went down the coast just to learn abundance, came back and he gave it to his brothers, knowing snakes were up to something, but he couldn't give a fuck. He busted out that function. Someone call my mama up and tell her that I made it. I worked day and night for 10 years and did it, no vacations. You look a little oppressed, boy. I think you need a facelift. I go Super Saiyan when they lock me in the Matrix. and fight every single day just to free all of these slaves stuck with these demonic and robotic crazy lazy radio waves. I couldn't wait for you to see the diamond that this pressure made. So from now until the end of days, I am something ancient. I only came to break my people from their chains, tell jokes and get laid, and make my name last as long as my last name. They can't keep me down, push me to the ground. I'll get up again, again and again, again and again. Whoa. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it'd be a good opportunity to record what it's like to live a unique experience and pave a way that people are afraid to go, and come back with solutions to offer in YouTube videos and wisdom. Dare to go where no man has gone before, or where people are scared to. To throw yourself into these circumstances bravely. And if I die, I was suicidal anyway. What do you mean, do I pay taxes? I'm homeless. I pay... What do you call the tax when you buy things? The tax that's on the things you buy. I have to pay those. But I have no income, so I don't really have to pay my income tax. I don't have any property. I don't have to pay any property tax. So, I mean, you kind of know my situation. Again and again. They can't keep me down. Oh, when you see these people go on vacay and travel on YouTube, they're writing it off. At least most of them. Cool. Good for them. I have $1 million. I'm a millionaire. I have $1 million. I'm rich. I'm a big man with a big plan and $1 million. Don't tell anyone, or I'll have to pay taxes. It was stupid. I asked God for $1 million, and I said, please make me win the lottery tomorrow. I went and bought a lottery ticket for $3. I won $3, and then on my way out, I found $1 million bill on the ground. But it's like one of those things that Christians give out that says, the $1 million question, will you go to heaven when you die? Here's a quick test. Have you ever told a lie, stolen anything, used God's name in vain? Jesus said, whoever looks at a woman to lust for her has already committed adultery with her in his heart. Have you looked with lust? Will you be guilty on judgment day? If you have done those things, God sees you as lying, thieving, blasphemous, adulterer at heart. The Bible warns that if you are guilty, you will end up in hell. But he sent his son to suffer and die on the cross for you. You broke God's law, but Jesus paid your fine. That means he can legally dismiss your case. He can commute your death sentence. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. Then he rose from the dead and defeated death. Please repent today and trust alone in Jesus, and God will grant you the gift of everlasting life. Then read your Bible daily and obey it. And it's a picture of a colonizer that raped and killed an entire race of people. But it's Rutherford B. Hayes, and Hayes is Irish for the god of fire, Aod. Which is cool. And my favorite coin is Washington crossing the Delaware, because I like how it looks. But one day I needed a cot, and I walked down the street, and there was a $200 cot in a free pile. This says Dark Days 33 and A New Beginning. Right next to the Thief Lord. That guy's still here. Five more hours until it's charged. It's at 50. I want to kill myself. This book is about two orphans, Prosper and Bo, like Bo is afraid, meet a boy, a mysterious boy, who calls himself the Thief Lord. Clever and charming, the Thief Lord leads a band of street children who enjoy making mischief. But the Thief Lord also has a dark secret. Suddenly, Prosper and Bo find themselves on a fantastical journey to a forgotten place. What they discover there will change the course of their destiny forever. I opened to page 293. If I go to 30, then I found Victor. The next place is Victor, which my mom's name is Victoria. What's on page 33? It's about them opening a book. A bunch of valuable jewelry was stolen. And the Thief Lord already sold it. And then Hornet, which is huge. The kid's name is Hornet. And then the first thing on page 33 is the word raven. What about 44? Yeah. Nothing. But it's Raven, Victor, and Hornet. Those are all big Casey coded things. What about Cold? Then we have Unloved, and then Cold Mountain. When Your World Falls Apart, Unloved, and Cold Mountain are right there. Then we have If Looks Could Kill, and The Exile. And then you have Harry Potter over there. And then Almost Innocent and The Secret History. End of the Road and Tender Mercies. And End of the Road is by a guy named Hawker, Hawker. I feel like if I get SSI, I fail. I've fallen into comfort and laziness. I feel the energetic influence and matrix attacks. I think I'm gonna block you, Shauna. I think I'm gonna block you. Appreciate it. Goodbye. I think I'm gonna go too. Good night.